And now a few of the other mutinous ships had joined in, shooting magrail slugs at her own fleet. Reyna Scott's voice boomed over the comm. "Shelby, can we tone it down some? Those bastards are hurting my engines." "Sorry, Reyna, we're in the thick of it. How are we holding up?" Reyna grunted. "I'll keep her together. But one more well-placed railgun slug, and the core starts getting fussy. Reyna out." Proctor nodded. "Target the Davenport's weapons systems. Fire." The deck pulsed with the regular thumps of magrail fire, and the Davenport surface was peppered with tiny explosions as the slugs tore into the hull. "The alien ship is opening fire with their railguns again," said Whitehorse. "Their drilling beam is still on, but aimed at the planet. So they can walk and chew gum at the same time," murmured Proctor. "Who's getting hit?" "Mainly the Davenport. A few of the other mutinous ships, one of our ships too. It's basically targeting every ship it has a clear shot at. So our shield is working," she said. "God help us." "What's the status of the Davenport? Are they still firing on us?" "No, ma'am. Their laser turrets are dead. Magro tubes destroyed. Reading power fluctuations all over the ship. I think it's going to..." Lieutenant Whitehorse didn't even get to finish her sentence. The Davenport erupted in a blinding explosion as its core went critical. In a blinding explosion as its core went critical. Chapter 13. Irigoyen Sector, Bolivar System, Ido. Bridge, ISS Independence. When the glow diminished, the expanding cloud of molten slag that had been the ISS Davenport dissipated enough that Proctor could see through to the other side, where the alien ship still drilled into the little moon. Ido now sported a hole the size of the Independence on its surface, and the purple-white beam continued to plunge into it. "Sir, something's happening," said Whitehorse. "Detecting movement on the ship. A port is opening." Proctor snapped around to the tactical station. "Scan it. All bands. We need to see inside that thing or we'll never know how to beat it." "Scanning." Whitehorse bit her lip. "The opening is still covered by some kind of dampening field, similar to our atmospheric containment fields, except this one is blocking all EM bands." "Neutron scan, then." Whitehorse shook her head. "Same." Proctor did a double take. "They have an EM field that's blocking a neutron scanning beam?" She glanced over at Commander Mumford. "How?" The scientist shrugged. "Unknown, Admiral. Apparently their technology far exceeds our own," he deadpanned. Proctor's eyes stayed locked on the view screen image of the Golgothic ship drilling into Ido. "Commander, you win the Understatement of the Year award." She scratched her chin. "No change in its offensive stance?" "No, Admiral. The other mutinous ships have finally all withdrawn to a distance that appears acceptable to the alien ship. At least it's not firing on them. Or us." "What the hell is it doing, then?" As if in answer, something shot out of the port that had opened on the ship. Too fast for Proctor's eyes to track, she glanced at her command console. "The blazes was that?" "A small tungsten sphere, contents unknown. It's heading straight down into the hole on the planet." Whitehorse glanced up at Proctor. "Should we fire, Admiral?" "Negative. As long as the ship is not attacking us, we just watch." She noticed Commander Yarbrough eye her with surprise. "For now," she added. On the view screen, they all watched the sphere arc down towards the surface of the moon. The purple-white beam shimmered briefly, pulsating in its last gasps, then disappeared right as the sphere entered the hole that had opened up on Ido's surface. The entire bridge waited with bated breath, waiting for the inevitable explosion or moonquake, energy spike, or whatever massive destruction the alien device would cause on the small moon. Nothing happened. "Lieutenant?" Proctor said to Whitehorse. "Anything." "Sensors are quiet, sir." "So what the hell did that thing do?" Whitehorse shrugged. "Nothing on any bands, just faint tremors. But that looks normal, considering the bastard just drilled a hole down to the moon's core. I can scan using..." Yarbrough interrupted them. "Look!" The ship was moving. away from the Independence, away from the small, battered, mutinous IDF fleet huddled in the background. And moments later, with the telltale flicker of a Q jump, it disappeared. Instantly, the intense, overflowing surge of emotions dissipated. Her heartbeat slowed to something normal. Everyone on the bridge breathed a little calmer. Lieutenant Corty called over from the comm station. "Receiving messages from the captains of the mutinous ships, Admiral. They're, apologizing. Profusely and all sincere-like." "Well," began Proctor, swiveling around to face her bridge crew. Her eyes drifted over the spot on the deck where Captain Prucha's blood still stained it, then back up to the view screen which still displayed the tiny moon Ido. "This certainly qualifies as the oddest alien invasion I've ever seen. Still no changes from the moon?" "No, ma'am." Whitehorse's brow furrowed. "Unless you consider a 0.00001% increase in its mass to be a significant change. Doing." He started to hyperventilate a little himself. "Being persuasive," she grunted in between blows. "Oh my God, we're going to die." She pounded harder. He tried to breathe regularly. "Are you sure that's going to do anything? It only works in the movies." But the shuddering whine of the engine cut him off, and she laughed triumphantly. Holy shit, it actually worked. "Hold on to something." He pushed the accelerator to maximum, as high as it could go while running off auxiliaries, which was still capable of producing a dangerous amount of thrust if one was not properly secured. She grunted as the fighter started to swivel. Civic managed to get the belly of the craft aimed at the planet, and then point the nose slowly toward the horizon, and then above it. The roar from the engines overtook the roar of re-entry, and the plasma lines began to whine in protest. "Those things going to hold?" He risked a glance back at her. "Yeah. If they don't, I'll beat the shit out of them again," she said. I think I like this one. "Okay, here we go. Things are about to get really rough." "Rougher?" "Touché." The accelerator depressed to maximum, and 3 Gs of relentless force thrust him back into his seat. He heard her swear up a storm as she was mashed against the rear of the cockpit, and he prayed she managed to keep her limbs from falling down into the access plate, or her bones would snap in an instant. 10 seconds later, it was over. The red compression wave dissipated, and his instruments informed him that they had achieved a stable orbit. "Well," he began, "that's a supposedly fun thing that I'll never do again." "You call that fun?" She pulled herself up to a sitting position from where she'd fallen after the thrust had cut out. "If it means we get to live at the end, then yes." He looked all around the fighter at the area of space they were in. Bolivar appeared peaceful and blue below them, in contrast to the still expanding, glowing wreckage of the former Watchdog station. There was nothing salvageable. The reactor going critical was enough to heat every remaining particle of the slag cloud up past a few thousand degrees, and even through the thick composite glass of the cockpit windows, he could feel the radiated heat from the debris. It was like a small, diffuse sun. The woman, Sarah, stared transfixed out the window, up at the glowing wreckage cloud. Diffuse sun. "I knew people there. It was my home." She murmured the words in a flat, monotone voice, as if still in shock and not believing what she was seeing. "They're all dead, aren't they? No one else made it out but us." He frowned, his last memories of the escape from the station flooding back to him. "No, we weren't the only ones. There were 2 others, 2 IDF guys like me." He glanced back at her uniform. "Contractor, right?" "Yeah, Shovik Orion." He nodded. That was the main commercial supplier of equipment to the station, especially the high-grade military stuff. The fighters, some of the station's armaments. The massive multi-world conglomerate had a few competitors: Hao Wang Enterprises, Luminaris Corp, Blue Sky Development, but none of them were quite the one-stop shop like Shovik Orion. That man, the one killed execution style by the murderers. Did you know a guy, another contractor there at the station who was, He tried to remember the man. Luckily, the adrenaline rushing through his brain at the time had etched every detail into memory like dynamite-proof stone. Short, balding, a little goatee, talked like he was from Britannia.
Jerry, Underwood. Yeah, did you know him? Was he...
She paused, glancing up at the glowing slag set against the peaceful backdrop of stars. He's dead, yes. He wondered how much he should tell her. What he'd seen had the hallmarks of organized crime, or a large political military-industrial conspiracy, or something. Did he want to draw her into that? Did he want to get drawn into that? He followed her gaze up to the expanding cloud. Damn, he was already drawn into it. Both of them. He was shot. Civic turned to her, watching the horror begin to spread over her face. The two IDF guys I was talking about. They shot him point blank, right in the forehead, just a few minutes before I picked you up.
Jerry?
She began.
No. Why would someone do that? Are you sure you saw what you...
I'm sure. Look, Sarah. He paused, waiting for her last name.
Batak.
Look, Sarah Batak. I'm Ethan Civic. IDF's in my blood. My mom was a fighter pilot before she died. Fought in the Second Swarm War. My dad, too. He's a big shot IDF guy now, and knows lots of people high up. I think we need to go find him. I don't know who we can trust right now. After seeing those two officers blow away Underwood, they might be expecting to be the only survivors of that place, and wouldn't take kindly to, you know, witnesses. Her face hardened.
You don't suppose there are more of them in IDF? Do you think they were lone wolves, or is this something bigger?
He shrugged. With Sangre de Cristo a few weeks ago, and the GPC insurgency? This could all be a part of that. And if they found out that there were witnesses to whatever it was I witnessed, let's just say I think we should keep a low profile until we can figure out who we can trust.
You don't think we should go down to CENTCOM, Bolivar, and report in?
He shook his head. I don't. I think we should go find my dad. Like I said, he's well connected. Really high up at IDF, like probably an admiral by now, and I trust him. She eyed him with what he guessed was mild suspicion.
Probably an admiral. Trust him. You don't sound terribly convinced.
That's because I'm not, he wanted to say. But that would be silly. Just because he had a bad relationship with his pops didn't mean the guy couldn't be trusted. Bad relationship wasn't quite the right term. Non-existent would be better, though that would imply they hadn't had enough contact for the old jackass to disapprove of his son's career choices, and general lack of turning out just like him. Nah, he's okay. He's an old war hero, and everyone trusts him. We need to find him, and tell him what happened. He'll know what to do with it. After seeing Underwood get blown away by two guys in IDF uniforms, I'm not sure I trust anyone in an IDF uniform right now. She was still in too much shock to argue.
You think he'll know what to do?
He nodded and pressed on the accelerator, aiming for one of the civilian rescue ships that had deployed into orbit, hard at work, responding to the hundreds of civilian vessels that had been affected by the mysterious alien ship and the subsequent blast of Watchdog Station. He always knows what to do, especially when it's someone else's problems, like mine. When it's someone else's problems, like mine. Chapter 15. Irigoyen Sector, Bolivar System, Idaho. Bridge, ISS Independence. Flashes of the Second Swarm War erupted into Proctor's memory. All those artificial singularity devices the swarm carriers launched at Earth and dozens of other United Earth planets devastated cities and killed hundreds of millions. 4 months of horror sacrifice, and unthinkable numbers of dead. And through it all, the fear that at any moment a swarm fleet would appear suddenly over the next UE world, launching dozens of singularities towards the surface, sucking billions of tons of matter in, then blasting outward, consuming entire cities in seconds. Even the most destructive thermonuclear weapon humanity had ever tested couldn't hold a candle to a single swarm singularity device. Which meant it was time to leave. Whatever was increasing the mass of Ido was... well, whatever it was suspiciously and dangerously like what the swarm had thrown at them before.
The swarm is dead, isn't it? I killed the last ship myself. Get us out of here, now! Signal a general retreat. Everyone regroups at Bolivar.
Whitehorse looked up at the screen suddenly, as if expecting to see a new, deadly threat.
Ma'am?
Commander Yarbrough, who'd remained mostly silent throughout the engagement, ever since the gruesome death of Captain Prucha, took a few steps to the center of the bridge.
What now? Is the mass still increasing?
Proctor asked without acknowledging the question. Whitehorse nodded.
Another 0.00001% increase. Could the sensors be miscalibrated?
Yarbrough asked.
We did sustain heavy damage. There might be a trickle power buildup along the sensor array that could explain the readings.
Proctor shook her head and stood up, jabbing a finger towards the moon on the screen.
No, it did something to Ido. The moon's going to blow, and I want to be as far away as possible from it when it does. Ensign Risa, now, please, take us back to Bolivar.
She punched the comm button on her armrest.
Ballsy, are the fighters in? But how do you know that, Admiral?
Continued Yarbrough, before Vols could respond from the fighter deck.
There's no indication whatsoever that Ido is going to explode. Is this just a hunch?
She shot him through with a withering glance, full of annoyance.
Yes, Commander, it's called a friggin' hunch. You know how many battles I lived through 30 years ago? How many times Captain Granger and I had to rely on our hunches to get us through to another day? 23. 25 if you count that first battle for Earth as 3 separate battles, which it sure as hell felt like. And I saw enough of those artificial singularity bombs to know that any time you see something's mass increase, especially in an inexplicable way, like we see down there, then you get the hell out, fast.
Vals's voice pierced through the conversation. Yeah, Shelby, we got everyone. Proctor glanced one more time, sidelong at Yarbrough.
We done?
From his frustrated expression, it was clear he wasn't, but he gave a quick, exasperated nod. He apparently dealt with stress by fretting over numbers and specifics, but anal retention was not going to win them a war.
Ensign, now please, said Proctor. Course, ma'am? Back to Bolivar. At least there we can watch and see whatever the hell is going to happen to this moon.
Ido continued rotating slowly beneath them, and then it was gone as they T-jumped away, replaced by a starfield, until the camera shifted toward Bolivar, and the wreckage of the IDF station that had just been slagged in orbit. Proctor let out a long, slow breath. Safe for now.
Now the damned thing's probably moved on to another system.
Ensign Risa, young as she was, breathed deeply now that the immediate danger had passed, looking around the bridge erratically. She fixated on the stained ring of blood on the deck where Captain Prucha had fallen.
What do they want?
She murmured. Proctor stared at the ring of blood along with her.
I don't know. But if it's the swarm, or anything similar to the swarm, then the answer is clear. They want us dead. They want us dead.
Chapter 16. Irigoyen Sector, Bolivar System, Bolivar. High Orbit. The intra-system comm traffic was a mess, with literally hundreds of ships disabled or underpowered from the havoc caused by both the mystery ship, the ensuing battle, and the explosion of Watchdog Station. And Civic had a hell of a time getting through to the civilian rescue vessel Miguel S. Urquiza, a massive old colonial transport ship with a dozen cargo bays, meant for moving large amounts of goods to sustain new colonies that hadn't reached self-sufficiency yet. That's what I'm telling you, ma'am. Our initial motivators are out, and we need to dock with you folks, since we'll never be able to make it down to the surface. The traffic coordinator on the colonial ship interrupted.
I understand that, sir, but what I'm telling you is that space here is at a premium right now on the Urquiza, and that all military ships unable to reach the surface are advised to wait for the Bolivaran Defense Fleet to return or hitch a ride on one of the other IDF ships in the vicinity.
She sounded snippy and curt, and Civic imagined a boring administrator in a drab gray business suit in a drab gray bureaucratic office with drab gray furniture and ugly bare walls. Look, Mrs.
Chalmers. Miss Chalmers.
Look, Miss Chalmers. We're not going to make it over here. Besides the motivator being out, he glanced at Batak with a questioning look, but she only shrugged. Besides the motivator, ma'am, our life support is on the fritz. I'm not entirely convinced we're going to make it here.
She sounded like a comm broadcast on auto-repeat. I understand that, sir. But what I'm telling you is that space is at a premium and strictly reserved for damaged civilian craft, of which we have quite a backlog, some in worse condition than you. You'll just have to hold on until...
He rolled his eyes toward Batak, who rolled hers in return. She shared his disgust, apparently.
And then it hit him. He'd been staring at the answer without realizing it.
Miss Chalmers, I neglected to mention that my shipmate here is a civilian, a contractor that was working at Watchdog Station. Surely that qualifies us to land? A pause. The traffic coordinator's voice stayed the same, neutral and bland.
Landing approved. Stand by for approach vector and landing coordinates.
Thank you, he said, with a tad more sarcasm than he intended, and flipped the comm off. Batak rolled her eyes again.
All I could imagine was some drab grey business suit lady in some drab grey office with boring inspirational posters on the wall.
In spite of the shock of what they'd just gone through, he grinned. They were clearly on the same wavelength. Marry me? She shook her head, then held up a wagging finger.
Sorry, I only marry boring assholes, and then I divorce their asses when they don't buy me shit.
Sounds like you've had a fun life. He eyed her again. She couldn't be older than 25, tops. Married? Already?
Twice. Divorced twice. Yeah, I know how to pick 'em.
She shifted around on the floor behind the seat, trying to find a more comfortable position.
In all fairness, the second divorce was 25% my fault.
Oh? He pushed the fighter's controls along the approach vector that the civilian transport beamed to him.
Well, I figure I was 50% responsible for the wedding, and 0% responsible for the divorce, so that comes out to an even 25.
I'm not sure that math works out. She sighed in mock exasperation.
Never does.
The fighter settled into its approach vector, and Civic switched it over to autopilot, letting the computer coordinate the details with the transport's computers. In spite of their light-hearted conversation, all he could think about was that poor contractor, Jerry Underwood. His body tumbling gently in the zero-G, blood streaming out of his forehead, forming a spiral as the corpse rotated. He knew he'd have nightmares about it the rest of his life. Look, we've got to figure this out. Until I know what's going on, I don't know who we can trust. He pulled up the computer and linked to the civilian network through the data connection with the transport. Do you know what Jerry was working on? She shook her head.
He was one of the supervisors. I was just a grunt working on the shuttle bay deck.
He began. I can't even find my pops. His location is classified. Hold on, let me switch over to the military network. She kept shaking her head intermittently. Damn, she was still in shock.
I just can't imagine why anyone would want to kill Jerry. He was such a nice guy. Never snapped at me, was always helpful, cheery, smiling.
She finally looked up at him.
Why? Who would do this?
Bad guys? He connected to the network and repeated the search. Okay. Looks like Dad's location is even classified on the military network, which means it's actually classified and not just protected info. He must be up to something big.
You said his killers were wearing IDF uniforms?
She asked. Yep. That doesn't necessarily mean they were IDF. He paused, considering. but it probably does. No idea. Let's just get over there, collect ourselves, maybe grab a drink, and then huddle. Huddle? Yeah, an old football term, something I did a lot. Old Pops loved making me play football.
You don't like your dad, do you?
Was it that obvious? The fighter sailed past the shuttle bay doors on the transport. Okay, here we go. Prepare for landing. Might bump a little. It did bump a little, but she looked like she weathered it okay. Once the fighter's engines were powered down, he finally realized that his entire body had been tense, so he focused on relaxing. No sense in passing out once he jumped down from the hatch. He hit the deck and reached up to help Batak down. There you go, watch your head there. That's it. She landed with a grunt. She might be injured, so he made a mental note to get her to the transport's sickbay. In fact, she looked dazed. She'd probably need help checking in with the deck staff on duty. He turned to lead them to processing and immediately stopped in his tracks. 2 security officers blocked his path. One of the men unholstered a gun, while the other brandished handcuffs. He heard Batak mumble under her breath, "It don't rain, but it shitstorms." The man with the gun eyed him warily. "Lieutenant Ethan Civic, you're under arrest. Please come with us immediately." "You're under arrest. Please come with us immediately." Chapter 17. Irigoyen Sector, Bolivar System, Bolivar. Bridge, ISS Independence. Damn. She'd been out of IDF for too long. Out of leadership and away from the requirements of being a leader. Away from the spotlight. Away from the need to inspire one's people and to present a steady hand and firm guidance in the face of danger. Her people needed her. And she needed them. She needed them to be their best, and they wouldn't be their best if they thought she was some old batty woman about to lose it. She rose slowly, confidently out of her chair and turned to face her bridge crew before unleashing a rapid-fire list of orders. Like riding a bicycle, she thought with an inward grin. Commence orbital scan. Look for survivors and dispatch shuttles to bring them in. Lieutenant QWERTY, give me the local IDF brass down on Bolivar. I need to know who was giving orders to the Bolivarian Defense Fleet, and if they were somehow connected to the mutiny. Commander Yarbrough, get the damn ship fixed. Stat! All crews are to be assigned to repair and recovery duties until further notice, with emphasis on repair. I want to be ready if that turd waffle of a ship comes back. Ballsy? She rose her head to the comm microphones, listening in. I think you know what to do, Captain. I want you analyzing that ship, everything we've got on it, and hunker down with your boys and girls and figure out some combat strategy against that thing. You got it, ma'am, Ballsy said through the speakers. She continued rattling off a list of commands, and she was heartened to see her crew spring into action as she gave them direction. None of these people had seen battle. None. Half of them weren't even born yet when Earth and its colonies had nearly been wiped out. She supposed she and Ballsy were the only ones who had been around during the Second Swarm War 30 years ago. Well, them and Captain Prucha, for all the good it had done him. Damn it, Prucha. You left me with a boat full of kids. I had better be more mature than her classes full of snot-nosed preteens in post-teen bodies. Ma'am, began Lieutenant QWERTY, a single word drawn out into 2 syllables. Got Admiral Mullins on the line for you. He's the ranking IDF officer at CENTCOM Bolivar. Thank you, Lieutenant. Batch it through to the ready room, he said, retreating to a door off to the side of the bridge. She'd only spent a few minutes in there since stepping foot on the ship. She hadn't even packed any of her belongings to decorate the walls or desk, so the space was rather stark and bare. Not that she was the sentimental type for knickknacks and odds and ends that just got in the way, but still. She supposed it was something a normal ship captain would do. Hell, she hadn't even had time to bring a picture of her brother's family to hang on her wall. She considered them her own family, and had essentially adopted her brother's kids, even though he'd been happily married for decades. She could have at least brought a picture of them. The thought reminded her of her main reason for being out here, at least the main unofficial reason. Danny, she murmured to herself.
Where the hell have you gotten yourself to?
She sat down at the desk and waved the video comm on.
Admiral Mullins.
A heavy-set, middle-aged man flashed onto the screen. His gray mustache rested on his upper lip like a dead snail, his brow furrowed and wrinkled like a man who'd lost a lot of sleep.
Admiral Proctor, I see they've dragged you out of retirement, which I suppose means that IDF thinks we're fucked.
Language, Admiral.
The other man snorted a quick chuckle, but became serious within seconds.
Proctor, you engaged the ship. Notice anything odd about your crew when you did? About yourself?
She nodded.
We're analyzing that now. Must be some sort of high-level EM interference with a modulation that was somehow able to couple with our brains.
She shrugged, acknowledging the improbability of it all. And yet she'd felt it. They'd all felt it.
Is that even possible?
We have several hundred witnesses up here that say it's possible, Admiral. And you've half a planetary defense fleet that went rogue on me. I think that speaks for itself.
He nodded, and his mustache bristled as he frowned.
We've got about 20 million people down here that can back them up. Proctor, ever since that ship entered orbit a few hours ago, we've had massive social unrest. Riots, violence, arson, on a planet-wide scale. It's like something just exploded in the minds of everyone down here all at the same time. Even I was feeling it. Nearly bit the head off my chief of staff.
Is everyone okay? Looks like the effect is highly localized.
Admiral Mullins looked off camera as if to receive a report and nodded curtly at whoever was speaking to him. He turned back to Proctor.
A few thousand deaths across the planet. All told, it's remarkable that's all there were. And yes, I can confirm that the effect was localized. The areas most intensely affected were directly under the orbital path of the ship. But, Shelby, riots happened everywhere. Bolivar isn't the most stable planet, politically, I mean.
She frowned.
What do you mean?
Bolivar is a hotbed for GPC activity. Half of the Bolivarian Planetary Senate are GPC loyalists. And to be honest,
he looked to his left as if to check who was in the room with him.
I think half the ship captains of the Planetary Defense Fleet are too.
Well, that made sense,
she thought wryly. Information that would have been far more helpful an hour earlier.
GPC loyalists and IDF. Are you sure?
Well, no, I'm not sure. But there have been rumblings, whispers. Not exactly of an uprising or mutiny or anything like that, but rumors. Messages I've seen that the senders weren't planning on me seeing seem to suggest that there's widespread discontent with UE's central authority, even among some of the IDF officers at CENTCOM Bolivar.
That was troubling. Why had Oppenheimer not told her anything about that? She'd remembered 10 years ago that there were rumblings in the lower officer corps about the GPC, but nothing in the open. Especially not among her top admiralty and ship captains.
Do you think there's a deeper problem here? Or is it really just grumbling?
Mullins shrugged.
A few weeks ago, I'd have said it was nothing. But ever since Sangre...
The situation's inflamed, she finished for him.
That's being generous. Sangre blew the lid off the pot. It changed everything. Where before we had simmering tensions between GPC separatists and UE loyalists, well, now we've got... well, not open fighting, but tension is too naive. 9 officers have been found dead in the last week, either in their quarters or some back alley in the city, or on some hiking trail out in the suburbs. Violence against both sides is skyrocketing. This world is a powder keg, Admiral, along with half a dozen other worlds in the Uruguayan sector, if my sources are right.
San Martin?
He nodded.
That's basically the epicenter of the GPC organization. Bolivar is probably the second biggest, but the GPC's Secretary General lives on San Martin, they say, and have his shadow cabinet.
Curiel. I'd heard he was dead, assassinated by his own bodyguards.
Mullins chuckled.
Rumor. Probably spread by Curiel himself to confuse IDF intel. But my source swears she saw him 2 weeks ago, alive and well.
Proctor shook her head. She didn't have time for this. She wasn't a politician, and she wasn't an intelligence official. She just wanted to save her civilization from an existential alien threat, and hopefully find her nephew in the process. She didn't have time for humans being humans.
Admiral, while this is all very interesting, I think I'm the wrong person to be talking to. You need the chief of IDF Intel out here. Get your heads together. But as for me, the Independence is out of here as soon as repairs are done, and I've completed a little mission of a personal nature planet-side.
Oh?
His eyebrows rose, questioning.
My nephew. I think he's got a few friends down there I want to question. The thing is, he's missing.
He nodded, almost as if he'd been expecting her to say it.
I know.
Her eyes narrowed.
How do you know?
Because you know that source that told me she saw Secretary General?
He held up 2 sets of fingers as air quotes.
Curiel 2 weeks ago? Well, my source happens to be Danny Proctor's girlfriend. I'm sorry, Shelby, but it looks like your nephew is a GPC pilot.
She opened her mouth and closed it again, grasping at something to say.
Fuck,
was all she could settle on.
Watch your language, Shelby.
He deadpanned.
Watch your language, Shelby.
He deadpanned. Chapter 18. Irigoyen Sector, Bolivar System, Bolivar. Rescue Ship Miguel S. Urquiza, High Orbit. Civic's mind was racing. Staring down the barrel of a gun tended to have that effect. And you are? He flashed a wide smile. Nothing to see here, folks. Move along. Bolivarian Intelligence Service, one of them said, pulling his badge out and flashing it too quickly to see. We've been monitoring your movements and communications, he added, as if that answered everything, as if that automatically made Civic guilty of whatever they were implying. You'll come with us now, sir. They advanced toward him, slowly. Civic realized his hands were already in the air, automatically. It's amazing what one's body automatically does in response to threat, he thought. Wait a minute. Bolivarian Intelligence Service, what the hell is that? To his surprise, someone moved in front of him, stopping their advance. It was Batak. Her arms were folded and her face said, "Don't mess with me."
Bullshit,
she said.
I know you. I've seen you around the offices and warehouses, even up on station. You're Shovik Orion. Security, right?
The man with the gun looked taken aback, but quickly regained his footing. Switched jobs a few months back. Come on, let's go. He motioned with the gun towards one of the exits. Several people nearby had noticed the standoff and were rushing away, making the man with the gun glance at them with what was clearly apprehension. They clearly did not want to be seen. Thankfully, the deck officer of the transport approached. "Is there a problem here?" he said angrily. As angrily as he dared to be with someone holding a gun. "Gentlemen, may I see your badges?" While they were fumbling for their IDs, Civic glanced around the giant cargo bay, which had obviously been refitted in a hurry to serve as a shuttle hold for a rescue operation. Frightened people were stumbling out of their ships, merchant freighters, pleasure yachts, tourist corvettes, orbital transfer shuttles, and moving quickly towards the exits, ushered by flight deck staff to make room for the steady stream of newly arriving ships. One particular shuttle stood out to him. Holy shit. It was the shuttle from the Watchdog station, Fenway, the one the 2 murderers had escaped in. It was unmistakable. The deck officer looked up from the IDs the intel officers had handed him. "Everything looks to be in order. Mr. Civic, I suggest you cooperate. Don't give us any shit, not on my deck." He took a few steps back, and seeing another commotion from the passengers of another merchant freighter, he left. The man with the gun smiled. "So, Lieutenant Civic, do we do this the easy way or the hard way? I'd greatly prefer the easy way. I don't want to see anyone else here get hurt. You're already responsible for enough death today." Civic's eyes darted to the shuttle again and back to the gun, his mind racing furiously. Obviously, something was up. Not just something, this was conspiracy theory level shit here. The two men on board the Watchdog in IDF uniforms. These two guys in the uniforms of what was probably a completely fabricated organization. Batak claiming that at least one of them was a Shovik Orion employee. The deck officer taking their side, though he supposed in his shoes, seeing the gun and not wanting a gunfight to erupt in the middle of a desperate rescue operation, Civic would probably do the same. And the shuttle. Fenway. His hands were still up, and he nodded. The easy way, if you don't mind. Sarah, if you'll excuse me. No, her too. She'll be investigated as an accomplice, said the man with the handcuffs. Civic allowed them to cuff him. They shoved him ahead, and Batak followed closely behind, with the two men bringing up the rear, corralling them towards one of the exits. Luckily, that exit lay just beyond the shuttle Fenway. As they passed it, he rammed into Batak with his shoulder, pushing both of them around the corner of the shuttle. Open it and get in, fast! She was quick on the draw, he'd give her that. Without waiting even half a second, she'd punched the hatch controls. It was going to take at least 5 seconds for the hatch to open completely, so he needed to do something incredibly stupid to stall for time. The gun, and the hands holding it, appeared around the corner of the shuttle, and Civic did his best imitation of a karate kick. To his complete surprise, the gun went flying. Holy shit! That only happens in the movies. But he didn't have time to pat himself on the back. The man who'd been holding the gun dashed for it as it slid away on the deck, and the other leaped to tackle Civic. They both went down in a tangle of thrashing arms and legs. He heard a solid thud, and his opponent went limp. Batak grabbed his arm, yanking him up the ramp just as gunshots rang out, hitting the hatch next to his head in a hail of sparks. He dove in and rolled out of the way of the entrance as the door started to close. Apparently, Batak had managed to hit the controls again. More gunfire, striking the opposite wall from the closing ramp, and then hitting the backside of the ramp itself as it sealed shut. He finally risked a glance back up at Batak, who stood there trembling, still holding the plasma welding torch she must have used on the other man's head. "You keep that in your pocket?" he said with a lopsided smile. "Damn, Civic, now's not the time for flirting." She began. She was trembling even more now. He stood up, which was decidedly more difficult with handcuffs on than without. "Hatch locked?" She nodded vigorously, eyes wide. He saw that her fingers were gripping the plasma welder so tight that her knuckles were white. He turned around and presented his handcuffed wrists to her. "Will that work on these?" "Yeah," she said, snapping into the moment as she brought the torch to bear on his wrists. "Don't cut my hands off, please. They're actually my best The cuffs dropped onto the floor. Damn, she was good. "Wow, I hardly felt what you were doing." He rubbed his wrists. "That's what she said." He did a double take. She still looked half in shock, but the comment, combined with the slight wink, told him she'd be just fine. Maybe. Her hands were still trembling. Freed from the cuffs, he ran for the navigation station cockpit. The shuttle was small, only a cockpit, 3 tiny crew quarters, a mess and a cargo bay, which was little more than a glorified trunk. He'd only flown one a few times before. It was the last thing he flew before he lost his wings. He took a deep breath to ground himself before he slid into the pilot's seat. "You can do this, Civic." "Hold on. We're making what you might call a quick getaway. Strap in." He fired up the engines and skipped the pre-flight checklist. Rather, he grabbed the controls and immediately lifted the shuttle off the deck, soared up high towards the ceiling to avoid hitting any refugees standing nearby, and shot through the shimmering blue field that held the atmosphere in. "What the hell just happened back there?" she said. He steered the shuttle away from the Urquiza and angled up towards the North Pole of Bolivar. He had no idea where they were going, but he figured the fewer people that knew where he was, the better. And there was no better place to hide than over a magnetic pole of a planet, especially one with such a strong magnetic field like Bolivar. It had been wreaking havoc with his regularly scheduled sensor scans aboard the Watchdog ever since he'd started his tour there. Now it was finally working in his favor. "I don't know." "What did you do on the Watchdog? Why are they trying to arrest you?" He shook his head. Jerry Underwood spun helplessly in his mind, flinging blood in a slow spiral. It was like a video on repeat. Spin, spin, blood, spatter, spin. I don't think it's what I did. I think it's what I saw. I think it's what I did. I think it's what I saw. Chapter 19. Irigoyen Sector, Bolivar System, Bolivar. Shuttle, Bolivar Stratosphere. A GPC pilot. Her little nephew. The one she had bounced on her knees and played with on the beach and changed his diapers while she was stationed on Britannia as the Fleet Admiral of IDF. A pilot. For the goddamned Galactic People's Congress. What the hell did people see in that gang of miscreants?
Damn it, Ballsy! What the hell do people see in that gang of miscreants?
She stared fiercely at the screen on her hand unit. Vols looked back at her, shrugging. She puffed air out in frustration and glanced out the window of the shuttle as the compressed atmosphere glowed red with re-entry. "Freedom's a powerful word, Shelby," he began before she cut him off.
Freedom? How in the world is United Earth not free? How can anyone possibly think that? Are they mistaking us for the Russian Confederation? The Caliphate? The CIDR?
I'm sure the Chinese would dispute your insinuations, but that's not the point, Shelby.
How is that not the point, Ballsy? Enlighten me.
She was agitated, and treating him harsher than she meant. But he took it in stride, seeming to understand that the source of her consternation was not him, or even the GPC thugs, but that little boy she had bounced on her knees. There are GPC people in all 4 nations, not just UE. They're sick of us. They're sick of the international tensions and disputes. They see themselves as the people. He rolled his eyes as he put air quotes around the people.
People my ass.
The shuttle bounced in the upper atmospheric turbulence, and she glanced at the ETA timer on the pilot's dashboard. 5.5 minutes to Shovik Orion City, Bolivar. Shovik Orion City. Idiot corporations and their idiotic naming and branding schemes. Her executive assistant, a young red-haired ensign with a noticeable bump on her lower abdomen, entered the cabin from the tiny galley, offering Proctor a steaming cup of tea.
Thank you, Ensign Flay.
Vols continued. Have you been in a mining colony before, Shelby?
This isn't the 22nd century anymore, Ballsy. Sure, humans did awful things to each other. Sure, the mining colonies out on Ceres and Vesta, and all the other asteroid belt settlements were scandalous, ugly affairs. But that was 500 years ago.
Vols shrugged again. Uh-huh. But tell that to people living in mining colonies today. Yeah, they're not necessarily starving or growing up with chronic bone deformities because of the low G. But you ask any iridium miner whether he actually wants to be there, guess what you're going to hear? You ask some farmer out on Cadiz whether they want UE bureaucrats 200 light-years away on Britannia deciding the finer details of harvest equipment certifications. You ask Russian merchants on Serene if they want a distant Russian Confederation government telling them what they should be paying in taxes just because they live on the wrong side of their own city.
Then they can leave. They can move on and go farm somewhere else, or sign up for IDF, or go on the dole if they want. Seriously, my taxes are high enough that half of UE could be living like kings if they didn't throw it all away on post-swarm war defense posturing.
Ballsy's eyes narrowed. Come on, Shelby, you were the architect of half those programs.
Like hell. It was all President Singh. I was constantly telling him the swarm was gone. I killed the last ship after all. And my Skura contacts assured me that they could detect nothing through their mental metaspace link, the ligature or whatever they call it. The swarm was dead. There was no reason to spend 95% of our friggin' galactic budget on defense if all there was to defend against was each other.
Ballsy fell quiet, looking at her intensely through the comm device on his lap. So then what the hell was that thing out there? That ship? She paused, thinking, considering. It just didn't feel like the swarm. The swarm was relentless, overpowering, almost bloodthirsty. So far, the best descriptor she had for this mysterious ship was erratic.
I don't know.
You think it's the swarm? She slowly shook her head.
No.
Me either. Look, you go find your nephew. I've got my pilots here in the conference room and we're poring over the vids and scans, designing appropriate attack measures and defensive postures. And I've borrowed some of your bridge tactical folks and we're doing the same with them, figuring out how the Independence itself should respond next time. When you face them again, you'll have some options.
She smiled. Thank you, Ballsy. I'm glad you're with me on this one, after seeing Jeremy go out like that.
He nodded. His face was taut, as if he were trying desperately not to feel, not to hurt. Rucha was a good man. Let's make sure no more join him. Vol's out. His face winked out from the comm, and she settled in for the rest of the descent. She prepared herself to meet this woman, this mystery person that Admiral Mullins claimed was Danny's girlfriend. This woman who'd apparently been in such a position that she'd not only seen the so-called Secretary General Curiel of the GPC, but also been in a position to report it to Mullins. The hell was she, an intel agent? She supposed she'd soon find out. Mullins had arranged a meeting, and Proctor was on her way to CENTCOM Bolivar in Shovek Orion City to talk to her in a briefing room, and finally get some answers about her nephew. Ensign Flay had strapped in and was on her comm device, coordinating Proctor's security with the Marine office at CENTCOM Bolivar. Eventually, she shut the device down and nodded over at her.
All set, Admiral. Thank you, Ensign Flay.
Her eyes dropped down momentarily to her abdomen.
Congratulations. Oh,
the ensign replied, blushing slightly.
Thank you. 7 months went fast. Maternity leave starts next week, if you were wondering. Sorry you'll have a disruption in your staff. I'll train my replacement well and make sure it's as painless as...
Proctor held up a reassuring hand.
It's all right, Ensign. Life happens. And besides, this is a short-term assignment for me anyway. I won't even be here next week.
The young ensign looked relieved. Proctor reviewed a few administrative items with her, and before long the ETA timer had ticked its way down to 0. She unstrapped herself from the seat and descended the shuttle's ramp.
I'll be with you shortly, ma'am. I need to hand off the shuttle to the guard,
said Flay from the cockpit. Proctor nodded her approval and continued down to the landing pad where she met an aide to Admiral Mullins, who had come with a Marine honor guard. They indicated toward the entrance to the massive CENTCOM building from the landing pad, where 2 more guards stood at attention. And suddenly the guards were no longer standing. They were flying. Flames gutted windows all around them, and the doors blasted outward in a jarring explosion. Proctor touched her forehead, and her hand came away red. She didn't realize until moments later that she was lying on the ground several meters past the shuttle from where she'd been walking.
Don't pass out. Don't pass out. Don't pass out. Don't pass out.
Chapter 20. Irigoyen Sector, Bolivar System, Bolivar. Shuttle Fenway, high orbit.
What do you mean they're following us?
Civic eyed the sensor readout, pointing at the map of the surrounding space in their orbit over Bolivar. Transponder codes and insignia from hundreds of different ships dotted the schematic, but the main one, the biggest one, had changed course, and was headed straight towards them on an intercept course. That's what I'm saying. The Urquiza is on our tail, and if those 2 Bolivaran intelligence officers, he made some air quotes with his fingers, are any indication, there's clearly some people that want us off the board. And they're high up enough to redirect Bolivar's main emergency response ship. That spells trouble if I ever saw it. She shook her head in disbelief.
I just don't get it. So you saw a guy get offed. I mean, that's really bad. Sure, it's murder. But let's face it, the entire station exploded. You'd think the authorities would have bigger fish to fry here.
What's the connection, Civic?
What?
She said. He hadn't realized he had murmured the question under his breath. Sorry, just... What's the connection? 2 IDF officers blow a guy away on a station that's just been hit by a mysterious ship and is about to go critical, They steal a shuttle, which later shows up on the relief cruiser. Then 2 different guys working for a phony intel service try to kill me. Shovik Orion, she murmured. What? That's the only connection. Shovik Orion. Jerry Underwood was a Shovik Orion employee. And I swear at least one of those goons back there was too. At least, I think he was. There's been tons of staffing changes lately. Lots of new people, lots of old hands getting pink slips, new managers, same old shit. He shrugged, eyeing the schematic map warily. It would take the Urquiza a while to spin up its engines enough to change course, and their shuttle had a good head start, but the massive colonial transporter had more thrust than they did, and most likely a few hidden railguns. What the hell would a corporation want with me? Why would they kill the contractor? You don't think they have anything to do with the alien ship, do you? I mean, you work for Shovik Orion, right? You'd have heard something. Well, yes and no. I'm technically with a subcontractor, Snell Staffing Corp. She pointed to a tiny name badge on her chest, which had been obscured by a rip in the fabric. It displayed her name, Sarah Batak, along with a little company logo made up of 2 intertwined S's surrounded by a larger C. He frowned and brought up the shuttle's computer. Those 2 IDF guys were looking for something. The contractor, Jerry, claimed it was on board the shuttle. Go check the hold, will you? The restraints across her chest and hips fell away as she sprang out of her seat and ducked out of the cockpit. It seemed that, with something to finally do, she had some pent-up energy. An outlet for the nervousness and stress that came from being shot at, and almost exploded. Nothing, she called back from the tiny cargo hold. It's empty. No hidden panels or anything? She reappeared in the cockpit. In a T-39? These things are built for space efficiency. No hidden panels, no compartments under the floor, nada. You're saying this thing ain't built for smugglers, fine. So whatever was here is gone. Those 2 IDF assassin guys made off with it. He scanned the computer logs for the shuttle's most recent ports of call. Usually the shuttles on Watchdog were used to transport crew members on and off station, and it relied on the contractors like Shovik Orion to shuttle their own supplies and materials on their own transport ships. But there was always a chance he was wrong. Looks like the last time this thing left the Bolivar system it went to San Martin, he said, running through the logs. Makes sense, she said. It's the center of power here in the Irigoyen sector. Center of commerce, yada yada. And that's where we're going. He glanced at the schematic map to check on the Urquiza trailing them. Sure enough, it was catching up. He did a scan of the ship, and just as he thought, he saw that an exterior panel had retracted, revealing the unmistakable profile of a railgun. It was still in the process of swiveling towards them. And there's our cue to leave. He entered the coordinates for San Martin into the Q-Jump drive computer and confirmed that the cap banks were full. Shuttle's caps are small, so it should take us a few dozen jumps to get out there. Settle in for a good nap. With any luck, I can tap into CENTCOM San Martin when we get there and find out where my pops is. You really think he can help us? If this is some kind of IDF, Shovik Orion, GPC alien conspiracy thingy, what good can one guy do against that? Don't know. He pushed the initiator button when the Q-Jump computer indicated it was ready. The view out the front window port adjusted. The green-blue of Bolivar disappeared, along with the approaching Urquiza, replaced by the blackness of deep space. But he knows people, and they know people. He glanced up at her. She didn't look convinced. At this point, what other choice do we have? At this point, what other choice do we have? Chapter 21. It was the searing pain that finally jogged her memory. She was not in her quarters. She was in a hospital in Shovik Orion City. What the hell happened, Tim? She murmured, rubbing her forehead. A wrinkled frown bloomed down Mullins's face. Tim. Oh, damn, she thought. Sorry, Ted. Old habit. Last time I was this injured it was... Mullins nodded. On the Warrior, with Captain Granger. Yes. That blast must have hit her hard. She forced her eyes open and blinked a few times. Please tell me that wasn't a bomb. It wasn't a bomb. She looked at him incredulously, then glanced around at the other beds in the intensive care unit, all of them full.
Bull,
she replied.
It was a well-timed power surge that triggered a cascade buildup and subsequent failure in the internal cap banks at CENTCOM. We rely on our own power, of course, and not the city's grid, but it looks like in this case it bit us rather firmly in the ass.
you're telling me it was an accident?
He looked down at her gravely, slowly shaking his head.
No, I'm not.
Shit.
She repeated the word in her head like a mantra. She was desperately trying to deal with a potentially civilization-ending threat embodied by a mysterious, unthinkably powerful ship, while simultaneously trying to find her lost nephew. She didn't have time to deal with saboteurs and malcontents.
Who the hell was it then?
He sat down in the chair next to her bed.
We're still trying to figure that out. Whoever it was, they had long-term access to CENTCOM's power systems, and the expertise to pull this off under the radar, right under our noses. And the expertise to keep us from immediately being able to know who it was. They've covered their tracks like regular pros.
Speculate, then.
Proctor glanced around for a nurse or the attending physician. The pain was subsiding, but her back ached, and she wanted a rundown of her injuries before she duly ignored the sound medical advice and returned to the Independence to save civilization as they knew it.
GPC loyalists? Who else could it be?
Are they that brazen already?
Extremists always are. What zealot ever waits until it's prudent to act? They always jump at the chance to make a big splash and catch everyone's attention.
She frowned.
Zealot? What do you mean?
Mullen shrugged and hesitated a moment before continuing.
I have reason to believe that this is not just GPC. There might be a Grangerite element to this.
She rolled her eyes.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
You don't think some of them would be capable?
She shook her head and caught the eye of the doctor at another bed across the room, waving him over.
It's not that they're not capable. It's just that I still can't believe that A, there are Grangerites to begin with, and B, that any of them would leave their temples or churches or underground lairs or whatever the hell they have long enough to plan something like this.
We've had 30 years to get used to the idea of Grangerites, Shelby.
And I had 4 months before that to get used to the idea that Tim Granger was a human being, not some kind of goddamned prophet. Seriously, if you'd seen him like I saw him, knew him like I knew him, you'd realize the absolute absurdity of it.
He held up his hands defensively.
Hey, no need to convince me of their lunacy. But just because we think they're lunatics for worshipping a bloke we all knew, praying that he comes back to save us all and bring us candy and unicorns, doesn't mean we shouldn't take them seriously. At least their potential threat.
What do you mean? They're ignoramuses. The only dangerous thing about ignoramuses is when they vote for ignoramuses. And last time I checked, there weren't any Grangerite candidates in any elections that matter.
All I'm saying is that, well, I've just heard things. Rumors. That something big is going to happen, or has happened, or is happening. Something that the true zealots are excited about. And then this explosion happens. Right as you show up. Coincidence?
But Ted, who the hell would want to kill me?
The attending physician finally arrived at her bed and looked questioningly at Mullins, as if expecting him to leave. He stood up, but touched Proctor's elbow and leaned down towards her ear.
I'm not sure it was you they were trying to kill.
Her eyes grew wide, and she knew what he was going to say before he said it.
Fiona Liu, your nephew's girlfriend? She's dead. Your nephew's girlfriend? She's dead.
Chapter 22. Irigoyen Sector, Interstellar Space, Shuttle Fenway. Civic wondered how anyone could stand interstellar travel in a ship with such small Q-jump cap banks. And when he thought about it too much, it gave him a sense of almost overpowering vertigo. You never think about how empty it is out here until you're in it, he murmured, staring out the port at the endless stars. Huh? Batak stirred and opened her eyes. Oops, he thought, not realizing she'd dozed off. Space. Interstellar space is just so... empty. Think about it. If that cap bank fails, we're 50,000 years from the nearest star at full thrust. We lose the cap banks and the metaspace transmitter in one go. Then here we are, stuck for the rest of our lives on this shuttle.
The rest of our very short lives,
she said, closing her eyes again and leaning back.
Only so much food the material reprocessors could make out of our shit.
He squirmed at the thought. Luckily, the console beeped to distract him. Coming up on queue jump number 352. 811 to go. Only 810 if we decide to stop off at El Amin. Huh? Furthest planet out in San Martin's solar system. They might have a supply depot there, he added, looking back up through the port to stare at the abyss. It's like walking on a tightrope over a bottomless cliff. One wrong step and pow, you're falling forever, never dying until you have a heart attack or starve.
Huh?
She repeated.
You're starting to worry me, with all your morbid talk.
I wonder if this is what it was like for Granger.
Huh?
He was starting to wonder if that was her only response when she was trying to sleep. You know, as he was falling into that black hole. She grunted.
Falling? I thought he was aiming.
A smile tugged at his lips. Huh. Right. Swarm never knew what hit him. She shifted in her seat, eyes still closed, trying to get comfortable.
Assuming he actually hit them.
What do you mean?
Well, as of a few weeks ago, he was still technically falling in. Hadn't even crossed the event horizon yet from our perspective. So my question is, how did that actually stop the swarm from sending metaspace signals out of that black hole from their own universe? If Granger hadn't even fallen in yet and blew them to smithereens with the antimatter aboard the Victory? And what was the plan, anyway? There's a lot the higher-ups never told us. I think they're covering up for something, if you ask me.
He blew a puff of air in disbelief. What, you're not a Grangerite, are you? Or a conspiracy theorist? A wry smile crossed her lips, even though her eyes stayed closed.
Right. Because conspiracies never happen. Just ask Jerry Underwood.
He shrugged. Touché.
And no, I'm not a Grangerite. Those people are a little mentally disturbed, if you ask me,
she murmured.
But my brother-in-law is. My sister and he were Methodists. Well, she still is, and the kids. But he started falling in for the Grangerite stuff a few years ago. But he was always a little whacked.
I just don't understand how they can deify a guy like that. Dad always talked about him, Granger. Said he was just this regular dude. A bloke, as Mom called him. And now these freaks are turning him into a god? Seriously? Welcome to the 27th century, people.
Catholics do it all the time.
Huh? Now it was his turn for the Huns.
You know, saints and all that.
Oh. Right. Still, at least they... He trailed off, wondering what point he was about to make.
At least they what?
You know, at least they've got almost 3,000 years of precedent and history behind them. They've been making people saints for millennia, and Jesus is, like, you know, ancient history. There's some historical heft there. The same with Muhammad and Buddha and whatever religion you want, but Granger? We've got video of him. People are still alive that knew him. How do you make a god out of that? Especially now, you know, in the present? Modern society, modern culture and all that?
I'm sure people living around Jesus and Muhammad and Buddha thought the same thing.
Yeah? What happened to them? She shrugged.
They either all converted or were killed, I guess.
Oh, that's a wonderful thought. Her eyes still closed, she flashed a devious smile.
So, would you rather lose Q-jump engines in interstellar space in a shuttle, or convert to Grangerism?
He chuckled. Depends. Can I bring a deck of cards on the shuttle? Or at least a multi-level marketing sales presentation pamphlet? Then I choose the shuttle. The console beeped again. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare for jump number 353. he announced. She grunted. You know, I'm trying to sleep here. Fine, I'll shut up. She smiled and snuggled down further into her seat. But before I do, she frowned. Help me think through this. What could be so important that someone would kill for it right in the middle of a battle when the station is about to explode? She shrugged. Chocolate? I'm serious here. So am I. Are you going to let me sleep or not? He sighed. Just thought it might be important to think about, seeing how someone's trying to, kill us because we already know too much about it. Not much we can do about it now, can we? In case you hadn't noticed, we're kinda in interstellar space. He ignored her. It was crucial that they figure this out, and not only to save their own necks, it just felt wrong. There was far more riding on this than just a few hired goons shooting at them. Something big was happening, or was about to happen. It was either a weapon, or evidence about something. Evidence of some conspiracy or wrongdoing or whatever. The guy, Underwood, kept on calling it it. So it's a singular item, not a collection of things. Unless it meant like a crate with lots of stuff in it. Or maybe you're not even making any sense, she mumbled. I'm wondering if it's connected to sangre. She frowned. I'm not good with Spanish. Blood? Sangre de Cristo. Oh, you think it was another nuke? Aren't those, conspicuous? He nodded. Well, yeah. Especially since they're banned. He bolted upright, then stood. She finally opened her eyes. What? What is it? If it was a nuke, we can tell. He dashed out of the cockpit and she rolled out of her seat to follow him. As if reading his mind, she grabbed the engine diagnostic toolkit and pulled out the general-purpose scanner. What band? She asked, fiddling with the handheld device. Gamma band. That's the one that will detect any leftover radioactive signature. She nodded, frustratedly. Sorry, I should know that. You're good. He worried about her. It was clear she was still in a little shock from the previous day's traumatic events, in spite of her show of bravado and humor. She went into the cargo hold and waved the detector back and forth across the floor, over the walls, up to the ceiling. He waited, patiently. Damn it, hurry the hell up. Okay, looks like... She paused. And? He asked. Nothing. No leftover radioactive signature. He sighed. Well, it was worth a shot. He started heading back to the cockpit. She wasn't moving. Wait, I'm reading something now. He stopped in the doorway. What is it? Her eyes went wide. I've no idea. I've no idea. Chapter 23. Irigoyen Sector, Bolivar System, Bolivar. Bridge, ISS Independence. The doctor had recommended bed rest and observation for a day in the hospital, followed by a week of recuperating at home along with pain meds and reconstructive enzyme therapy for the torn ligament in her right leg, and some frightfully large orange pill as a precaution against hemorrhaging because of her concussion. Proctor had smiled, thanked her, and told her to go to hell when the doctor protested her getting out of bed and boarding her shuttle back up to the Independence. Admiral on the bridge, called out one of the Marines at the entrance as she hobbled through. Damn, was she hobbling? Commander Yarbrough looked up suddenly from the XO station. Admiral? Are you feeling well enough to continue with the mission? Am I dead? Yarbrough's eyes narrowed slightly. His reply was slightly hesitant. No? Then we're continuing the mission. Prepare for T-jump. Any new sign of the mystery ship? He shook his head, then glanced at Tactical, and Lieutenant Whitehorse flashed a quick thumbs down. No, Admiral, no sign of it. All systems in this sector are on the lookout and have express instructions to report to us by metaspace signal if anything changes. He hesitated again. Ma'am? Where exactly are we T-jumping to, if we have no contact with the alien vessel? Proctor, trying not to limp too much, walked to her chair and eased herself into it,
Damn it. 70-year-old bodies and torn ligaments don't mix very well. San Martin. What's on San Martin? She snapped her head towards him with an impatient glare. Our destination. Yarbrough nodded nervously. I'm sorry, Admiral, I didn't mean to sound impudent, if that's how I came across. It's just... Fleet Admiral Oppenheimer has been insistently... badgering would be the wrong word, but he's been following our progress very closely. Wait, Oppenheimer's been in touch with you? Yarbrough looked uncomfortable. Yes, ma'am. Metaspace messages. Interesting. Oppenheimer was keeping tabs on her. Through her own XO, no less. Very well. Keep me apprised of what he says. And if CENTCOM Omaha has any new info for us on the extrapolated origins of this thing... Oh. She turned to face him fully. And see what you can find out on the GPC. Ma'am? You know, what Oppenheimer and his people are doing about it. What the political climate at CENTCOM is. If their reach has extended up into the chain of command, I want to know about it. See what Oppenheimer's opinion of them is. His real opinion. He and I are not exactly conversation buddies. Yes, ma'am. Yarbrough turned back to his station, but paused as if he had more to say. Spit it out, Commander. The man actually looked sheepish. You don't suppose Oppenheimer is sympathetic to the GPC, do you? Proctor glanced sidelong at the rest of the bridge crew out of the corner of her eye. She could see Lieutenant Whitehorse sit up a hair straighter. Ensign Risa cocked her head slightly. Proctor knew that gossip, especially the juicy political kind, was the lifeblood of a crew, even in wartime. Hell, especially in wartime, people just seemed to need something to distract them from the awful realities of life and death. No, I don't, she replied quickly, maybe too quickly. Ready room, now. She pointed to the door off to the side and grunted as she pushed herself to a standing position. Damn leg. She resented it already. She hobbled into the ready room, making no effort to hide the limp this time, all pretense of being the picture of health for her crew forgotten. The door slid shut behind them. She turned to face the commander, her eyes flared open wide. Commander Yarbrough. On this ship, on my bridge, we do not openly speculate about the political leanings of our commanding officers. Period. Is that clear? Yarbrough cowered. Coward. Sorry, Admiral, I'm... sorry. I didn't think that combat would affect me as much as... well, as much as it did. Proctor's face softened a bit. She was being too hard on him. On all of them. None of them, save Ballsy, had actually been in combat before. Though neither had she when the swarm attacked out of the blue 30 years ago. Swarm behavior and biology had been her doctoral thesis, and even she had been taken by surprise. She had been sure the swarm was on a 150-year activity cycle, and that, 75 years after their first attack, humanity was safe for another 75. Humanity should have enjoyed 75 more years of security, time to build before the next attack. As it turns out, the sense of safety was false, and Proctor swore to never again be lulled away into a feeling of false security. But it was one thing to live through all that, and another to be ready for it all to happen again. These people, her crew, never had that. They only had their history books, stories of bravery, cultural legends of heroism, loss, and sacrifice. They'd all lost relatives in the war, but it was already distant enough to be out of living memory for anyone under 50. It's okay, Commander. I was the same way in your position 30 years ago. He did a double take. You were? No, I wasn't. I was a frickin' machine. Yes. Believe me, you're doing fine. His face told her he still didn't believe her. So she waved him over to the desk and sat down, pointing to the other chair. She reached over to the teapot that she'd asked Ensign Flay to have ready and hot at all times, and poured them both a cup. I was Captain Granger's new XO, the hero of Earth, interjected Yarbrough, accepting the cup of tea. The hero of Earth, yes. Well, you'd be surprised that the hero of Earth had his moments. He doubted, agonized over what to do. It was hit or miss there for a while. Mostly miss. But anyway, I was his new XO, and my job, given to me by your grandmother, by the way, was to decommission the Constitution, with Granger still on it. Can you imagine?
She didn't, said Yarbrough, with an amused air, his brow furrowed in disbelief.
She did. But I was up and coming, let me tell you. I was going to have my own command if it killed me. And I saw that as my opportunity to prove myself to old Admiral Yarbrough. I mean, if she could trust me with such a bold assignment, then she could sure as hell trust me with my own little cruiser. And so I went aboard the Constitution. I was a ball-buster, taking names, blazing a trail that would have gotten me kicked off of any other ship under any other captain.
The hero of Earth was pretty magnanimous then.
She snorted. Magnanimous? Tim? He was as crotchety as they come. I'd only been aboard a few days and he was thinking about airlocking me.
Why didn't he?
Yarbrough leaned in closer, sipping his tea. The swarm saved me, ironically enough. Once it became clear what we were up against, my job, my only job, was to enable Tim to win. He was my captain, and, well, he wasn't the greatest, most inspirational leader around. He had grit. And he had what all of us need in a situation like that. He was a survivor. He wasn't going to go quietly. He was going to do anything to stop the swarm and win. I recognized that in him instantly, and so I made it my job to make his job doable. I ran the ship. I organized the repair crews, the ordnance and reload teams, the fighter jocks, the ops teams, the science team, well, you name it. I slept about 2 hours a night for those 4 months, and aged 20 years in the process. And in the end, we did it. Tim did it. We won.
Not without a huge cost, though, he added. Granger piloted the Victory into the black hole the swarm was coming through to shut it down.
He did, and saved us all in the process.
Some say he's still there, that he'll come back someday.
Yarbrough finished his tea and set the cup down. Grangerites, yes. They need their messiah, whether it's Jesus or Buddha, or in this case a man who finished his day by collapsing onto his couch, farting up a storm, and scratching off his bunions with his thumbnail.
Is it even possible? Can he come back? Technically, he hasn't even crossed the event horizon yet. Actually, he has, as of a month ago.
She took a sip of tea. The light coming off of the Victory finally red-shifted down into the radio waves. And once the wavelength of those waves stretches out to be greater than the width of the event horizon, then he's truly crossed it from our perspective. At least, that's what the theoretical physicists say. No, he can't come back. He's gone. Forever. She finished her own tea and leaned forward again, touching Yarbrough's forearm amiably. Commander, I need you. The point of all that is to say, I need you. Granger was nothing without me, and without you I likewise can be nothing. As Captain and XO, we depend on each other, absolutely and irrevocably. Like no other relationship, especially in wartime, we live for this moment, right here, the moment when our entire civilization depends on us. Yarbrough nodded, with what Proctor interpreted as the man's best show of confidence.
Yes, ma'am. I'll do the best I can.
Can I trust you? Without blinking, he nodded.
Yes.
Good. Because this threat is like nothing I've ever seen. 25 years ago, when the order came down from President Singh to go and annihilate the last trace of the swarm, or rather the liquid beings that the swarm had usurped for use in our galaxy as the vehicle of their influence in our plane of existence, I was ambivalent. Torn, really. I was being asked to commit genocide, and regrettably I did not have an XO at the time that I could trust, that I could depend on to help me make the right decision. Yarbrough shifted in his seat uncomfortably.
Sorry to hear that, ma'am. So your mission failed?
Failed? Of course not. It was a rousing success. I utterly destroyed the last few remaining swarm carriers and raised the surfaces of the planet the liquid beings called their home. And my XO was there, encouraging me to go through with it just as CENTCOM wanted him to.
Then what was wrong with him?
What was wrong with him is that ever since then, I have the sneaking suspicion that I made the wrong choice. I committed genocide against a race that was as much a tool of the swarm as the Russian Confederation had become. Would it have been right to utterly destroy the Russian Confederation? Every last man, woman, child? Of course not. But that's what I did to the liquid swarm. And I should have been able to depend on my XO to see the situation clearly and urge me to make the right choice. He didn't. And I've lived with that decision every day since. I have to look myself in the mirror at night with that knowledge.
She looked up at him.
I pray you never have to do that.
Yarbrough leaned back in his chair, seemingly at a loss for words.
And years later, that XO succeeded me as the Fleet Admiral of IDF. Admiral Oppenheimer knows my views on this subject, and I've told him that, given the choice, I will not destroy our enemy if I can help it. I will stop them, but I won't destroy them. At least not without knowing their true nature. If it turns out that they are evil personified, then fine, bam! I'll rain fiery death on them relentlessly. But with the exception of the swarm, I've never encountered any being of unmitigated evil like that. And I want to know that when the moment comes, when the time of decision is at hand, that you'll have my back and be my conscience.
She reached out again and gripped his forearm.
I need to know you'll help me make the right decision this time.
Yarbrough shook his head, maybe a little too quickly. Oh well, he'd learn, just like she did.
I will, Admiral. I'll do my best. You can count on me. Though, Admiral? Yes. If we're going to trust one another completely, like you've so eloquently suggested, I'd really like to know why we're going to San Martin. It's in the same sector, sure, but we have no reason to believe that the mystery ship went there. Right. I'll admit there is a personal aspect to going there. My nephew is missing.
He paused, and his brow furrowed, as if he were making quick mental calculations.
I see. I'm sorry, but is this really the time? It is. I have reason to believe that there is a connection between his disappearance and the recent terrorist action on Sangre de Cristo.
He frowned.
That's all well and good, but my question stands. What does that have to do with the alien ship?
She smiled.
Good. You're doing your job, calling me on my shit. Good. You're right. There is no obvious connection. But call it a hunch. Terrorists managed to get their hands on a nuclear missile and destroy one of the habitation domes on Sangre de Cristo. By all accounts, a peaceful world who, in spite of their GPC leanings, have never presented IDF with any problems. At the same time, a mysterious ship appears and wreaks havoc in several systems nearby. Coincidence? Maybe. But I think there's more here than meets the eye. So we're doing what I do best.
Yarbrough smiled.
Saving Earth?
Proctor puffed a breath of air in exasperation.
Figuring shit out. Saving Earth was Granger's job. I'm with you, Admiral. I've got your back. You figure this out, and I'll keep the ship running for you. Good.
She nodded and stood up. He followed her to the door to the bridge where she paused.
So, to address the reason we came in here, yes, it's true, I don't have the best relationship with Admiral Oppenheimer. I feel like he failed me at a critical moment in my life, but he's a good man, and a good admiral, one of IDF's finest. We can't be publicly questioning his loyalty in front of the crew, understood? Yes, ma'am. Sorry, it won't happen again.
She smiled and touched his elbow again before striding, limping, back onto the bridge.
Ensign Risa, are the T-jump calculations complete? Yes, Admiral.
Proctor sat down.
Then get us there, Ensign. Aye, aye, Admiral. Admiral?
Commander Yarbrough had taken his seat at the XO's station and strapped himself in for the jump.
Shall I update Admiral Oppenheimer on our progress? Yes, Commander, please.
She held on to her armrests in preparation for the T-jump. Her stomach quivered, a moment of vertigo came and went, and when she looked back up at the view screen, the view of Bolivar had been replaced with the tranquil San Martin, rotating beneath them. Blue and green and safe, for now, from the dangers Bolivar and Sangre de Cristo had been facing in the very same sector. Now to find the connection.
Where the hell are you, Danny?
She whispered under her breath to no one in particular. She whispered under her breath to no one in particular. Chapter 24. Irigoyen Sector, Bolivar System, Bolivar. Bridge, ISS Independence. Commander Yarbrough released the seat restraint that chafed a little too much against his chest and brought up the metaspace controls on his console. He composed a message, one that he was sure Admiral Proctor would look at, and so he composed it deliberately and transparently.
Mystery ship engaged, damage sustained to the Independence, no apparent damage to the mystery ship, which has since disappeared after digging deep into Bolivar's moon, Ido, and depositing a strange device into the moon's core. Tracking the ship. Now at San Martin to follow up on a few leads. We'll update soon. Yarbrough. He prepared the message for metaspace transmission, which operated at such a low bandwidth that it could only accommodate text messages. But it wasn't that low of a bandwidth. It could handle an underlying data stream on the carrier wave that carried the signal itself. And to this he appended another message, one he was sure Proctor would never read. Gaining Proctor's trust. The plan continues. Gaining Proctor's trust. The plan continues. Chapter 25. Irigoyen Sector, San Martin System, San Martin. Landing Pad, CENTCOM San Martin, Ciudad Libertador. The shuttle ride to the surface of San Martin was turbulent, far more than Proctor preferred, such that when she finally stumbled out of the shuttle at CENTCOM San Martin in Ciudad Libertador, she was positively nauseous. This time she'd told her young executive assistant, Ensign Flay, to stay up on the ship. Surely Proctor could reach her own tea while on the shuttle. And Admiral Tigre, head of CENTCOM San Martin, had an entire battalion of Marines assigned to her protection and was organizing her security himself. He met her at the landing pad, standing at the head of a squad of 20 well-armed men and women, with a look of studious concern on his face. "You all right, Shelby?" Fine.
She waved him off and held on to the nearby railing, the steady, unmoving railing, to center herself before trying to walk anymore. "We weren't expecting you. Oppenheimer told me you were tracking the Gorgothic ship that destroyed the Chesapeake, but we haven't seen hide nor hair of it out here."
I know, but I'm following up on a few leads while we track it.
She looked to either side to make sure they were out of eavesdropping range of the Marine Guard and his aides.
Tell me, what's the GPC activity like on San Martin?
Admiral Tigre looked surprised. "GPC? No more or less than other systems in the sector, which is to say, it's a little turbulent, but we try not to get involved in politics here at CENTCOM."
Good.
She released her death grip on the railing and allowed herself a few hobbling steps. "Are you okay? You look awful. You're limping." Tigre held out his hand for her to take as she walked toward the doors leading into the CENTCOM building. Last time she'd done this, she nearly died.
I'm fine. Just a little incident on Bolivar. I ask about GPC because, well, I was almost one of the casualties of a GPC terrorist action there at CENTCOM Bolivar. An explosion took out a whole side of the building there. Killed a couple folks.
"I heard. We've raised our readiness alert level in response, and I've instituted special security measures to all critical systems within CENTCOM San Martin, just in case. But I trust my people here, Shelby. You're safe." She eyed the aides following Admiral Tigre, and with a quick glance at him, she locked eyes and told him without saying a word that she wanted to talk privately. He nodded. "Right this way." Tigray led her to a conference room next to the command center. "We'll be just a moment," he said to his aides, smiling briefly before pushing the door shut. He turned to her. "What's up, Shelby? Where the cloak and dagger?"
"I'm sorry, Miguel. I just don't know who I can trust."
"Can you trust me?" The words hung ominously, but after a moment his intense stare broke into a mischievous smile.
"Miguelito," she said, using the nickname his friends called him. "If I couldn't trust you, then we may as well throw up our hands and surrender to whatever that thing is out there, and hand the entire government over to Curiel and the GPC. Back up the whole shop."
"You think the GPC is behind the mystery ship?" Proctor shrugged.
"No idea. But that's not exactly why I'm here. Miguel, Danny's missing."
His eyes went wide. "Little Danny?"
"Little Danny. But little Danny isn't little anymore, and is apparently a 20-year-old GPC loyalist. And I want some bloody answers."
Tigray sighed and put an arm around her shoulder. They'd been good friends back during her days as Fleet Admiral. He'd been her chief of staff, and had become a good friend of the family, even coming to the dinners she hosted for her brother's family. The man had taken a liking to little Danny, having been a grandpa himself. "We'll get some answers, Shelby. We'll get to the bottom of it. Just tell me what you need and you've got it." She sniffed.
Damn, was that a frickin' tear? "Thank you, Miguelito. All I know is that Danny was living here in Ciudad Libertador. I need his address and access to his apartment. Do you have a relationship with the local police force? Will they look the other way if I, well, force the lock?"
He nodded. "Yeah, I know the police chief. We owe each other favors. Give me a few minutes and you're in." His shoulders slumped a little. "You don't suppose Danny had anything to do with the alien ship? Or with the Sangre incident?"
"I sure hope not. He's just not the type. I mean, he was always so idealistic as a teen, so I can see, just barely, that he might have fallen in with the wrong folks if their rhetoric was convincing enough. But terrorism? No, not Danny."
Admiral Tigray looked at her long and hard. They'd been friends for a long time, and she knew he wouldn't BS her, so she braced herself for what was coming. "Shelby, this is hard." He hesitated.
"Spit it out, Miguel."
"You know that Sangre de Cristo's defense is basically provided by CENTCOM San Martin, right?"
"Sure. I set the whole situation up when they established the first colonies there 15 years ago. But I remember that we put them on a path to getting their own defense establishment, including their own CENTCOM. Isn't that progressing since I left?"
He shook his head. "It's not up to me to divulge such high-level operational affairs with a former head of IDF. Sorry, Shelby. But I bring it up to remind you that I'm effectively in charge of Sangre's defense, and all investigation of the incident has gone directly to me." She nodded.
"Go on."
He walked over to the view screen on the wall and input a few commands into the console. A video feed popped up, showing the grainy image of a ship making a hard burn for the surface of a planet. After a moment, she recognized the planet as Sangre de Cristo.
"Is that what delivered the nuclear device?"
"It is." She watched as it accelerated into the atmosphere and the shock wave began to glow red.
"When does it launch the missile?"
"It doesn't. Watch." The hull started to break apart, white-hot streaks peeling off from the sturdy bulk of the craft. It was built to last, that was for sure. It was an older ship, clearly, built out of solid, heavy metal. It dove through the atmosphere, finally breaking its acceleration as the main thrusters gave out from the duress of uncontrolled atmospheric re-entry. And then it exploded, in a blinding flash, the glare overwhelming the optical sensors of whatever was recording the image. "This is the telemetry picked up by a weather satellite. Just got it a few days ago. My people have been working on it and we've ID'd the ship." He fished a datapad out of his pocket and handed it to her. "The Magdalena Issacar, cargo freighter out of San Martin." She accepted the datapad and examined it. Impossible.
"Miguel, this is... No. I can't believe it. I won't."
"It's registered to a shell corporation called Emigrant Metrics. which we've linked back to another major corporation that's backing the GPC. But the port logs are unambiguous. They list Danny Proctor as the captain of record of the Magdalena Issacar. He flew that bird for 2 whole months before this, docking at a dozen spaceports, before heading back here to San Martin, and then off to Sangre. Then for a week, nothing. He doesn't show up on any station logs or planetary spaceport customs. Nothing. It's like he just floated out in space somewhere for a week. Then, this. He waved a hand toward the view screen, which still showed the destruction unfolding on the planet's surface, as the hapless habitation dome imploded under the incontestable pressure from the nuclear shockwave.
You honestly think Danny nuked a city? Our Danny?
Of course not. But the data says what it says. Couldn't be. Danny wouldn't do this. Someone either put him up to it and didn't tell him all the details, or he wasn't on that ship, or something. Not Danny.
You're still analyzing the video, I assume. Are there others? Surely there was not just one weather satellite in orbit around Sangre.
He nodded. My best people are working on it.
I want access to his apartment, now.
He reached over and touched a few buttons on the datapad he had given her. There. That's the only apartment we found registered to his name. Just downtown a few kilometers. I let the police chief know to look the other way for the next 2 hours. No, to look the other way for the next 2 hours. Chapter 26. Irigoyen Sector, Interstellar Space. Shuttle Fenway. What do you mean you have no idea? Civic reached out for the scanner Batak was still scrutinizing, but she waved him off and fiddled with a few of the settings.
Switching to Q-band,
she said, sweeping the area of the cargo hold with the scanner, waving it back and forth. Sarah? He tried looking over her shoulder at the scanner, but she kept moving around the hold, pausing every few seconds to examine a spot on the floor or wall or some other nook.
It's not nuclear, if that's what you're wondering,
she said. Then what the hell is it?
Working on it. I'm not a friggin' scientist, just a deck lackey. I fix shit. I don't theorize shit. And this...
She indicated the scanner with her free hand.
This is theory shit. It shouldn't be here.
He tried grabbing the scanner again, but she moved out of his way. Sarah, just tell me what you're seeing on that thing. Her brow furrowed deeper.
It's... metaspace. I mean, that's not possible. You shouldn't be able to detect any metaspace signatures from anything other than a metaspace transmitter. But all the same...
I'll go check the transmitter. Maybe it's stuck in the on position somehow. He turned and dashed back to the bridge and examined the dashboard, bringing up the metaspace console with a few swipes of his fingers. The transmitter was off. Definitely off. It's not on, he called back to the hold.
I didn't think so,
she called back.
This reading isn't so much an active signal as it is a... signature? Ghost reading? I don't know how to explain it. Maybe go manually check the transmitter? That console might be lying to you.
He nodded and bent down underneath the dashboard to remove the panel on the wall underneath. At least, that's where he assumed the transmitter electronics were. A quick glance at the tumble of wires and components told him he guessed right. He poked around at various flashing parts of the circuit board. How does one go about figuring out if it's actually transmitting? You just... He could hear her swear under her breath, though it was clearly audible. Hold on. A moment later, she knelt down next to him, holding another instrument, this time just a common multimeter. She poked one of the leads at the ground terminal and the other at another spot on the board he didn't immediately recognize. She shook her head.
No, definitely not transmitting.
She looked up at him, her brow still furrowed. He shrugged. So, what does it mean? With a small grunt, she fell back from her knees to her rear and tossed the multimeter aside.
Honestly? No idea. Could be absolutely nothing. Like I said, I'm a mechanic. I don't know the first thing about metaspace theory and quantum shit.
Is that a technical term? She smiled.
Basically. Look, all I know is metaspace waves are very finicky, I guess. Hard to produce, low bandwidth. They pass in and out of regular four-dimensional space, interacting with the background... She waved her hand around in the air. Whatever.
The background whatever? She glared at him.
You know what I mean.
He shrugged. No, honestly, I don't. I'm a former fighter pilot turned sensor officer. I wouldn't know a metaspace signal from an FM band signal if you shoved both up my ass and twisted real hard. I mean, I'm good at reading the console, doing some quick analysis, and parroting it back to the commanding officer, that's it. At least, that was all he was good at now. He dreamed of getting back in the cockpit, alternately wishing for it and having nightmares about it.
Fine. It interacts with the background vacuum energy all around us. Particles popping in and out of existence all around us. The metaspace wave we generate interacts with those and propagates by virtually, magically popping in and out of existence right along with those pretend particles, which lets it somehow travel faster than light. Much, much faster.
Okay. So how does that jive with what you're reading? She shook her head.
I don't know exactly, but what we're reading back there is like... It's almost like a metaspace signal is caught in some kind of loop. Which is weird all by itself, because metaspace signals are like regular old light signals or radio signals. Well, they travel in a straight line. You can't have a light wave that just circles around a common center. Light doesn't orbit anything. Neither do metaspace waves.
He considered this for a moment. Well, they can orbit one thing. He looked up at her, shrugging. Black holes. A light can orbit a black hole right at the event horizon. Any farther away and the light particle thingy eventually shoots off. Any closer and it falls in towards the black hole. But right there at the event horizon, it's like an eternal orbit. She eyed him skeptically.
Ethan, I hate to break it to you, but we definitely don't have a black hole in our cargo hold.
I know, I'm just saying. For argument's sake, it is possible. Just unlikely in our current situation. A sigh, and she collapsed further onto the deck, leaning back on her elbows.
Orbits eternal and ascending,
she murmured. Huh? She shook her head.
Just Grangerite mumbo-jumbo. I get it every Thanksgiving from my brother-in-law. You mentioning light eternally orbiting a black hole reminded me of a thing he's always saying.
He sat down in the pilot's seat and faced her. Okay, so back up here, he said. You're reading a metaspace signal that looks like it's coming from the cargo hold, but it's circular? She shook her head.
No, it's not quite that simple. It's not so much a metaspace signal as it is a metaspace signature. And I only say circular because it looks like it has no origin. There's just this spot right in the center of that cargo hold where it looks like the metaspace background energy, you know, coupled with the background vacuum energy, it's just swirling. Not creating a new signal, but just rotating around that spot.
A few moments of silence. Creepy, he finally said. The console beeped again. He struggled to his knees and peered up at the dashboard. "You ready for Q jump number 356? He paused and glanced back down at her. You don't suppose this funky ghost reading back there can interfere with the Q drive? She shrugged. Well, he pulled himself back into his chair. Perfect. Let's hope we don't explode before we show up at San Martin.
Or get sucked into metaspace,
she offered. Yeah, that too. Though at this point I'd be surprised if something doesn't happen. A smile tugged at her lips.
It don't rain, but it shitstorms. It don't rain, but it shitstorms.
Chapter 27. Irigoyen Sector, San Martin System, San Martin. Danny Proctor's apartment, Ciudad Libertador. Admiral Shelby Proctor knocked on the door, just in case someone might actually answer, just in case Danny had been hiding out at the pub this whole time. and would now answer the door hungover and half-naked. Nothing. The street outside was quiet, with hardly any pedestrians or ground cars for that matter. A bodega down the street murmured gently as a customer got her unruly kids under control as she placed her order for coffee. After waiting for nearly a minute, she nodded to her Marine guard. "Wait here."
Ma'am, we'd prefer at least one of us go in with you,"
said the shorter one, the one she'd nicknamed Stretch in her head.
"No, I'll be fine. See that no one comes in."
She reached for the door controls and entered the bypass code Admiral Tigre had given her, and the door slid open. Clothes and old food boxes littered the floor.
"Looks like someone trashed the place looking for something."
"Burglary?" said Stretch, peering in through the door, hand resting on his sidearm.
"No, I doubt it. Danny was never the cleanest kid."
She stepped into the front room and the door slid shut behind her. The smell of old pizza boxes and rotten fruit wrinkled her nose, but beyond that she could smell her nephew. His scent was unmistakable to her, having kissed his little head all the time while growing up. His dirty clothes were tossed haphazardly across the sofa and floor. A pile of socks lay in the corner.
"Damn it, Danny. Haven't you ever learned to pick up after yourself?"
She tiptoed carefully through the mess, nearly losing her balance at one point when she stepped on a fork with her bad leg.
"Shit,"
she mumbled.
"Danny, Auntie Shelby is going to kill you if you're not already dead."
The remark nearly made her cry, so she focused on the apartment. It was about what one would expect from a 20-year-old young man's first place he lived away from the civilizing influence of parents, or basic cleaning supplies. There were large framed pictures of starships in orbit around various planets hanging on the wall. Danny was always fascinated with ships. He'd play with his toy spaceships for hours every day, setting them up in mock battles, blockade lines, chases, orbital railgun fights. Sometimes she'd overhear him chattering away, dropping ship names like Constitution, Warrior, Victory, Chesapeake. All the names of the old legacy fleet that Aunt Shelby had served aboard. And she'd catch snippets about the evil Swarm, and the backstabbing Dulmasi, and the enigmatic Sciora, and even the two other known alien races that humanity had never met, the Findiri and Quiasi. And Danny would make up names for the alien ships and descriptions of what the aliens looked like, and how their ships—
"Damn it, stop daydreaming, Shelby. It won't bring him back."
She studied one of the ships on the wall. This one was not in space, but rather a photograph of a bulky old transport freighter sitting in dry dock at some planetary station somewhere. It was the Magdalena Issachar. She recognized it from the video Admiral Tigre had shown her. She stepped closer, examining some writing near the bottom, almost like a signature, except with an added message. "Danny, she's all yours. Rex."
"Looks like you were right, Miguel,"
she said to herself.
"Damn it."
That meant that the odds her nephew was now a collection of subatomic particles just ticked up a few notches.
"Keep it together, Shelby."
Her hand-comm pad chirped in her pocket. She pulled it out and tapped it on.
"Proctor."
The voice on the other end was Yarbrough's.
"Admiral, we've just received a report of a sighting of the alien ship." "Where?" "Here, actually, in the San Martin system. It appeared near San Martin's moon, just momentarily. Stayed for about 2 minutes, then it Q-jumped away."
She rubbed her elbow where the bone was bruised from the explosion the day before. It already seemed like forever ago. She stared at the photo of the Magdalena Issachar. She felt like she'd lost a child.
"That's damned peculiar, Commander. You did nothing? Just jumped in and jumped away?"
She could almost hear him nod.
"That's right, Admiral. Shall we set a course? We can be there in a few hours, or just a few minutes if we T-jump there." "No. Ask Admiral Tigre for any sensor data he's got from whatever monitoring base he's got out at the moon. I assume he has one, and that should be sufficient. I've got unfinished business here."
A pause.
"Yes, ma'am."
She sensed his unease at the fact she was down on the surface and not in the captain's chair where she belonged. He was mostly right, but not right enough. There was a connection, damn it. That Golgothic ship just appeared out of nowhere, almost immediately after the worst disaster since the Second Swarm War. No, not just a disaster. Terrorist attack.
I'll just be a while longer, Commander. Prepare the ship to break orbit when I get back.
Yes, ma'am. Where should I tell Ensign Risa we'll be going?
Wherever your analysis says the mystery ship went. Get the data from Tigre. Science the shit out of it. Don't let Commander Mumford tell you he can't work miracles. And then we'll be on our way.
And if the ship is not still at the coordinates we come up with? She rolled her eyes.
Then we look in the closet and under the bed. That's where monsters usually hide. Proctor out.
She tapped the link closed before she said something she would regret. Look in the closet and under the bed.
If only it were that easy.
She remembered little Danny, no older than 4, being scared of the swarm monster under the bed and its Domasi cousin in the closet. She grit her teeth against the memory and tiptoed her way back through the mess. She paused at the closet, just to be sure, so she wouldn't doubt later. She pulled it open. Empty, except for... Yes, there was a god of miracles. A vacuum cleaner. She smirked. It looked pristine and unused. Satisfied there was nothing else there, she closed the door and eyed the bed in the corner. May as well be sure. She picked her way through the clutter and, holding onto the bed for support, sunk to her knees. The bad knee popped and a twinge of searing pain shot up her leg.
Damn it, Danny.
She looked under the bed. More clothes. And a piece of paper. No, not paper, a card. Like an old-fashioned business card. She plucked it up and turned it over. It actually was a business card. The electronic holographic sort. Black text scrolled across, flickering somewhat as the nano-batteries were on the verge of failure, and the unmistakable holographic image of a spaceship seemed to leap off the paper and hover just centimeters above it. She read the text. Rex Ramanujan, certified used ship dealer. It listed his address, 550 Alabama Boulevard, Ciudad Libertador, San Martin. In the hallway, the Marine Guard snapped to attention. She tossed the card to Stretch.
Get on your hand pad and drive us to Alabama Avenue. Hand pad and drive us to Alabama Avenue.
Chapter 28. Irigoyen Sector, San Martin System, El Amin. Shuttle Fenway. Last jump, he said. Peering out the front viewport, he could see the bright star at the center of the field of view. San Martin's sun. At this distance, it was as bright as Ayr during a sunset on Britannia, or like Venus burning brightly on the western horizon at evening on Earth.
And we didn't even explode,
she added. A lopsided smile tipped toward him.
Or get shot at. I think this is a record for us.
Don't count your chickens before they hatch. He glanced at the instruments before he authorized the computer to make the final Q jump. Hold on, he said. Something was off.
What is it?
We're close to El Amin. That might explain it.
Explain what? Is that the farthest planet in the San Martin system?
He nodded, but bit his lip. Yeah. And we're getting some funky readings on the... Surprise, surprise, the metaspace scan.
Is it a signal?
She asked. No, just noise. Static. Hey, go back into the hold and look at our magical metaspace loop, will you? Just in case they're connected. She nodded and left. Moments later, she called back from the hold.
Yeah, it's doing something. Like flickering or something.
Is it stable? He called back. She reappeared in the cabin.
Stable? I don't even know what it is. I say we hightail it to San Martin before we find out.
Don't twist my arm, that's the best idea I've heard all day. Hold on. He reached out and pressed the initiator button. A second later, the view out the window changed in an instant. A giant, blue, cloud-dappled planet replacing the sterile field of stars. And here we are. She shrugged.
Now what?
Yeah, I've been thinking about that. The shuttle logs say that it came here, but given our experience back at Bolivar, I don't think showing up at Shovik Orion's headquarters is the most prudent thing to do.
Right.
She shook her head. or CENTCOM San Martin, given what you saw your 2 IDF buddies do to Jerry Underwood. Agreed. He started fiddling with the computer, trying to access the IDF network without logging in or revealing his computer's access ID. And yet, we still need to find out where exactly the shuttle docked, and what the cargo was, and who was involved in the transfer, and find Pops.
But his location is classified.
Right. But I can send him a message on the civilian network, and it should be routed to him. He shrugged. Eventually.
Okay. That gets us to your Pops, but what about the shuttle?
He scratched his growing stubble on his chin. It had been 2 days now since he'd been able to shower, and he was already tired of shuttle food. So, here's the plan. Let's go hang out above the North Pole and monitor system transmissions and traffic until we have a better handle on things. She eyed him skeptically.
Ethan, your plans suck.
He swiveled to face her. Fine, what's your brilliant plan?
Well,
she leaned back in the seat.
We have to assume that whoever was shooting at us has managed to send a metaspace signal to alert their people here to keep a lookout for us. Surely they'll be on the lookout for this shuttle. So, the answer is obvious.
Change the transponder? He offered.
No, you can't change a transponder without physically switching out the hardware. And doing some pretty fancy shit with the electronics to fool the shuttle's computer into thinking that the new hardware is legit. No. We need to ditch the shuttle.
Come again? He eyed her like she was crazy. Are you crazy?
As long as we're in this thing, we're a target.
As long as we're us, we're targets. She smiled.
Now you're catching on.
It took him a moment to understand. Wait, are you suggesting we not be us?
I am.
Disguises? Sarah, this isn't a movie. I can't just go put on a dress and think I'm going to fool anyone. She eyed him skeptically.
You in a dress? No, you wouldn't be fooling anyone.
He tried to unpack her retort, sensing an insult in there somewhere, but she continued.
No! We need to change our biometrics, or at least mask them. Fool the facial recognition cameras and other biometric signatures we have. You know, fingerprints, heartbeat signature, heat signature, retina pattern, speech recognition, etc., etc.
Whoa! Yeah, no, we're not changing all that. It would take months and money we don't have, and we don't have the time.
Calm down! I'm not suggesting we change all that, just the basics. To at least fool the facial recognition cameras. At least to give us some time to find a new ship and figure out who we can trust. Maybe by then, your dad will come through.
Fine. He nodded and looked around the shuttle cabin. Any ideas? I'm fresh out of wigs. She stood up and walked over to the printer.
This thing can print basic tools and parts. And even food.
Shitty food, he interjected. She shrugged.
Shitty is being generous. But all the same, it can print basically anything. Within reasonable size restraints and basic material restraints. I mean, we're not printing out plutonium rods or anything,
she said, fiddling with the printer controls. I fail to see how plutonium rods would make a good costume. She ignored him.
But cellulose, adhesive, pigment, easy.
She fiddled with the output selection screen at the printer for another minute, before finally tapping the screen.
Yep, here we go.
He peered over her shoulder at the screen.
Prosthetic face masks? You've got to be kidding. I used to be on theatre tech crew back in high school. Believe me, these are a cinch. I say we print 2 each, that way we can exit the shuttle wearing 1. The cameras will surely be watching us as we leave, and they'll eventually trace the shuttle to us. So, after we find shelter somewhere, we swap out our masks. Maybe shave your head, I'll dye my hair. You know the drill.
He was about to protest.
Look!
She interrupted in a huff.
You got a better idea? Because believe me, hanging out over the North Pole is not the answer. That's liable to get us captured very quick-like once they figure out it's us. And they won't leave anything to chance this time. It'll be shoot first, pick up the pieces later. I don't know about you, but I want to live out the week.
She had a point. There was only so much they'd be able to tell just by tapping into IDF and Shovik Orion broadcasts, the unencrypted ones at least. And he just wasn't keen on getting shot at again. Maybe going incognito would give them a brief respite from the bullets. Or the shot, at least until he could find his old man. Fine, give me a facial. She smirked and clicked print on the output screen.
That's what she said.
He couldn't help but chuckle while he turned back to the navigation controls to bring them down to the planet. I like this girl. I like this girl. Chapter 29. Irigoyen Sector, San Martin System, San Martin. 550 Alabama Boulevard, Ciudad Libertador. The used ship dealer's showroom was just a nondescript store with ugly, inconsistent branding on the sign hanging above the front door. Even though it was regular business hours, the place looked absolutely deserted. Just a dozen knee-high holographic kiosks that projected the owner's wares up into the air. Dozens of ships, mostly smaller yachts, a few tiny cargo carriers and mineral haulers, and even a few decommissioned commercial passenger liners, all in various states of disrepair. Ground cars and public transportation pods hummed along on the street, and a few people strolled the sidewalk. It seemed to be a seedier part of town, and Proctor wondered if she shouldn't have brought more than her usual 2 Marines along with her. Stretch seemed to read her mind.
Ma'am, request permission to augment your security detail,
he said, as his eyes scanned over the broken windows of an abandoned building down the street.
Fine, but I'll just be a few minutes, and if Rex isn't here, then Admiral Tigre will have to take over the investigation.
Yes, ma'am,
said Stretch. He muttered something into his shoulder comset while he and the other taller Marine took positions on either side of the doors, scanning the cars, sidewalks, and windows across the street for potential threats. As soon as she opened the door, a chime sounded, and a man emerged from the back office. He was short, shorter than Stretch. A smart business suit and slickly parted hair told her this was Rex, the used ship salesman.
Good afternoon.
He glanced at the bars near her left shoulder.
Admiral? I'm sorry, I don't often get idea folks in here. Yes, Admiral Proctor.
He smiled.
Ah, I haven't forgotten the ranks at least. My brother served in idea for 2 years back in the day. Pilot.
She took a few steps forward into the showroom, studying the ships projected up into the air, wondering if the Magdalena Issachar had once been displayed above one of the kiosks.
Rex Ramanujan? Pleased to meet you, Admiral,
he said, extending a hand.
How can I help you? I'm looking for a ship. Heard of the Magdalena Issachar?
His face went white. Interesting. His mouth opened, then closed, then opened again.
I have. It went missing a few weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken.
She took a few more steps into the showroom, glancing at a few more of the holographic ships projected up into the air. She wondered how much a used, broken-down ship went for, and how Danny had managed to come up with the money.
Did you sell it to Danny? To Danny? Ah, Admiral Proctor.
He nodded a few times.
I understand. You're his aunt.
She turned to him, surprised.
He mentioned me. Of course, Danny's a good friend. So you did sell the Issachar to him? No, I didn't. But here, come, sit down with me. Coffee?
He motioned to the sitting area off to the side of the kiosks and began pouring 2 cups.
You know, Danny practically worships you.
She allowed herself to be led to the firm, low, commercial-grade couch, and silently groaned as her knee protested the deep bend required to sit.
He's a good kid. Always dreamed of piloting his own ship, but unfortunately never had any interest in IDF.
Rex nodded.
Sounds like Danny.
Proctor accepted the steaming cup, but frowned.
It sounds like you know him more than a typical used ship salesman knows his clients.
The man sat down across from her in a swiveling chair.
It's true. I know him very well. You see, long before I ever helped him get his ship, I was also his pastor.
Proctor did a double-take.
Pastor?
He nodded solemnly.
Danny was never religious. He wasn't. He is now. He said he'd felt a huge void in his life, and by the grace of God and his messenger, I helped him find his path.
So, Danny let himself be swayed by the God folks. Interesting. Proctor had been raised by nominally Methodist parents, but went to meetings so rarely that she felt she grew up attending the Holy Church of Jazz, as her parents took her to live combos almost every Sunday evening. She'd always meant to explore that side of her life more, perhaps find God, perhaps find some deeper meaning. But she'd always been too damn busy saving Earth and shit. She only nodded and waved for him to continue.
Denny started coming to my meetings about a year ago. He just moved into his apartment here in Ciudad Libertador, and seemed to be struggling making friends and finding work. He was walking by on that very sidewalk outside while I was leading a prayer meeting here, and he pressed his face up to the window, staring at the holographic ships. He waved to the slowly rotating merchant freighters and yachts hovering over the kiosks, and I motioned for him to come in. Well, he did, and sat through the whole prayer meeting, never taking his eyes off the ships. I finished the final prayer, and he said Amen, still staring at the freighter next to him.
Rex started to chuckle.
Sounds like he converted to the Church of the Holy Starliner, Mr. Ramanujan. He was truly taken, just smitten by the idea of flying his own someday. But he started paying attention, and we became friends. He found a lot of friends among my small flock, and he eventually came to feel called to his Lord and the Lord's messenger.
A cold feeling went up Proctor's spine at the words. He had said something similar before, but the words had passed her by. Messenger.
And who is that messenger, Mr. Ramanujan? Christ? Muhammad? Bodhisattva?
Rex looked surprised.
Of course not. I worship God and his Christ, of course, but their messenger in these times is the hero of Earth. Granger.
Oh, God. She lowered her face into a hand. Her voice dropped to icy steel.
Mr. Ramanujan, I served with Tim Granger. He was my captain for 4 months. We went through hell and back together, and he did some amazing things, saving Earth and 50 billion people and humanity and all. But he was human. Human. He was no angel, no saint, and certainly no savior.
He smiled rapturously.
Your part in his ascension is well known to us, Admiral Proctor. You have an honored place in our theology. Theology?
She let out an exasperated puff of air.
Theology? How do you build a theology around someone I once saw, sprawled on his couch, half-drunk in his underwear, picking at his toenails with a blunt kitchen knife, and telling me it was all over and we should just go have one-night stands because tomorrow we were going to die?
He waited several moments before answering.
The fact that he was able to overcome the flesh only makes his ascension that much more— He's Tim! He's not your damn savior,
She broke off and brought her fist to her mouth to cut off the insult she was about to hurl. Rex looked flustered and set his cup down, still mostly full.
I'm sorry, Admiral Proctor. I didn't mean to upset you. You're here to find Danny, and I want you to find him.
Her eyes narrowed.
How did you find out he was missing? Well, for one, you're here looking for him. You don't search for something that is not lost. And second, he hasn't come to a meeting in weeks. He never misses a Sunday, and when he does, he always drops me a quick line telling me where he is. And when he forgets, I'll send him a message, and he always responds right back, wherever he is.
He picked his coffee back up.
I should never have helped him get that ship. So you did sell it to him? No, I didn't. But I did connect him with the folks that did. I know most of the other ship dealers in Ciudad Libertador. And Danny, well, he was persistent. He wanted a ship, something to call his own. To get out and, well, to be free, unfettered.
Damn, that did sound like Danny.
Who?
Rex finished his coffee and set the cup back down.
As we both know, Danny was quite the idealist. He believes in causes. He wanted to think he was involved in something greater than— Who?
She repeated, interrupting. The pastor liked to hear himself talk far too much.
A company called Immigrant Metrics. But that's just a front. It's a GPC firm. I know the guy that runs it, GPC through and through. But Danny didn't care. He just wanted his own ship, and this was a cheap and easy way to get one. Sign up for the GPC, run a few missions for them in exchange for the freighter, and on the side he could take his own transport jobs, and make enough to pay off the ship. He and 2 other friends went in on it together, though Danny was majority owner, I think. The other 2 were just in it for the easy money.
She nodded. His story checked out, at least the part about emigrant metrics. Miguel's information confirmed that much.
I want an introduction.
He nodded. Before she could say anything, Stretch opened the door and leaned in.
Ma'am, backup should be here shortly.
Thank you, Corporal.
But even as the words were half out of her mouth, she heard a crack. A fine red mist blew out from Stretch's forehead, and his confused face bloomed with an eruption of blood. Chapter 30. Irigoyen Sector, San Martin System, San Martin. Shuttle Fenway, high orbit. Civic could hardly believe how fast she managed to get the mask adhered to his face and blended into his natural skin tone with a little... Wait, is that makeup? He pulled away from the applicator in her hands.
Oh, don't be a big baby, come here.
He grudgingly submitted, letting her apply the disguise pigment. He refused to even think of it as makeup in his head. My dad would disown me, again, if he knew I was putting on makeup.
Seriously? Stop being such a dick.
She wrenched his head to the left and continued her work.
So, he actually disowned you? Like literal disowning with paperwork and all that?
He started to shake his head no when she grabbed him again to keep him still. No, I'm just a huge disappointment to him. When I was grounded, my fighter credentials revoked. That was like the final straw for him. We'd butted heads for years, and after Mom and my stepdad died, well, he got kind of weird after that, and his disappointing son just pushed him over the edge, I guess.
Oh, sorry,
she said.
About your mum. I lost my uncles and grandparents during the Swarm War. I wasn't born yet, of course, but one of my aunts was pretty maimed in a factory explosion. She was working on President Avery's secret antimatter project. Basically melted her skin off. Should have died.
Oh, God, he said, trying to keep still for her to finish her work. She okay now? I mean, it's 30 years on.
Yeah, she's fine. Face looks like shit after 5 operations to make her look normal. Though, I suppose she looks better than if they'd left it all melty. There.
Done? He reached up to touch his cheek, which now lacked all feeling as it was covered in cellulose and adhesive. She slapped his hand away.
Don't touch it! Still has to dry and set.
We're kind of on a time crunch here. We can't just hang out in orbit while my makeup dries. She rolled her eyes at him.
Of course not. You're going to pilot us down to the commercial spaceport in Ciudad Libertador while I get my own mask on. And then find us a good place to stay while we switch masks and fiddle with our air and plan the next step.
He swiveled back to the flight controls and plotted in a course to the spaceport down in the capital city. We've got an IDF transponder. They'll probably want us to divert to IDF CENTCOM's port, but I'm going to claim salvage, which isn't that far from the truth. That should at least get us on the landing platform and into customs. From there, we've got to find a way to give the authorities the slip while we can duck into a hotel and reapply our makeup. The shuttle bumped a little bit as it descended through the atmosphere. He noticed Batak tense up and reminded himself that not everyone found atmospheric flight as thrilling as he did. So, what were your plans after...
After what?
You know, after you do your time at Shovik Orion, I guess.
Do my time?
The shuttle hit a patch of turbulence and nearly knocked them out of their chairs. Buckle up, he said, pointing to the restraints. Sorry, I didn't mean to make it sound like a prison sentence. She shrugged.
Well, you're right, it is like a prison sentence. Gotta eat somehow, you know? All social programs were cut after the war, right? That's old history. If your daddy ain't rich, if you don't feel like being a boot in IDF, and if you don't feel like rotting in a classroom at university, then this is it, honey. Hard, dirty work, no chance of promotion, hardly any benefits, long hours, space jocks like you looking down their noses at me Middle managers over-managing me, justifying their jobs by meddling in mine, and just being at the whim of administrators and bureaucrats who care more about dotting their I's on their contracts with IDF than actually, you know, taking care of its own people. He fell silent. How do you reply to that? You seem like a smart woman. Why not go into IDF? She fiddled with her face prosthetic and smeared some more adhesive underneath the forehead flap. Because I don't want to. Never was cut out for the military. Then why not go to university? Be a scientist or senior engineer or something. You've got the brains for it. She shrugged. Because I don't want to. I want to do my work, get paid for it, then go relax at home with my dogs, my brew, and my tunes. Silence as she pressed the rest of the mask firmly to her cheeks and chin. It's a wonder the GPC doesn't control half the UE by now. Huh? Just saying. I'm a natural candidate for GPC recruitment. They're for the common man and woman, the worker, the ignored and left behind. I'm right up their alley. Most of the GPC is staffed by people like me. Why aren't you? She started swiping cream onto the seams of the mask. Because you'd think that we learned our lesson 30 years ago. The swarm struck right at our weakest moment, when we were most divided. The Russian Confederation and the UE government were almost in a state of open war. In fact, it did go to open war there for a while, in the middle of the Swarm War. And the Caliphate, relations sucked with them at the time. And the Chinese, they might not have fought us, but they weren't exactly our allies. They sure sucked up our money, though, even while IDF helped defend their worlds. So this time around, I'm not going to be the one to contribute to our division. Divided we fall and all that shit. He nodded slowly. That was very philosophical of you. You sound surprised. Didn't think a mechanic had it in her? No, not at all. It's just hard to parse through your that's what she says with your lofty ideals there. Sorry, it's me, not you. Truer words, she mumbled. The atmospheric turbulence had died down, and they were now soaring down towards the capital city, coming in high over the ocean. How'd your mom die? He grit his teeth. No one had asked him that in 2 years, and he wasn't sure he was ready to start talking about it. I'd rather talk about something else. She shrugged. Okay. It looked like she was finally done with her makeup. A strange face stared back at him, a little pudgier, whiter, and older. Like what? He glanced back down at his instruments and did a double take, looking back and forth between the console and the viewport. Like that squadron of IDF fighters heading straight towards us? Like that squadron of IDF fighters heading straight towards us? Chapter 31. Irigoyen Sector, San Martin System, San Martin. 550 Alabama Boulevard, Ciudad Libertador. Both Proctor and Rex bolted to their feet and retreated farther back into the store. The other Marine standing outside dove through the door, which was now propped open by Stretch's bloody corpse, and brought his sidearm to bear on the street as he found cover behind a kiosk. A second later, the glass windows exploded in a hail of gunfire. Rex grabbed Proctor's arm. Into the office! She let him pull her through the door of the office, even as a constant pounding of assault rifle fire ripped the showroom to shreds. Corporal, get in here! She yelled at the Marine crouched behind the kiosk. He was peering around it, squeezing off a few rounds as he found targets. Multiple hostiles incoming! He yelled, firing off 3 more shots through the broken windows. A hail of gunfire answered him. Rex yelled in her ear, "Come with me!" She shrugged him off. He pushed the desk to one side and ripped up the shag rug from the floor, revealing the outline of a trap door. "Come!" he repeated, pulling the door up by an exposed hook. More gunfire. "I'm not getting in there!" she yelled, scanning the room for anything she could use as a weapon, even as she scoffed at herself for the thought. What was she going to do? Throw an Employee of the Month plaque at someone holding an assault rifle? It's not a room, it's a tunnel. Grangerites have been persecuted for years, and I've always kept an escape route just in case. He held out a hand. His face looked terrified, but honest. Damn it. Corporal, get in here, that's an order!
she yelled out into the showroom before grabbing Rex's hand. She let him lower her into the passage under the floor. Another barrage of gunfire rang out from the showroom, and moments later the Marine jumped down into the dark, dank space, followed by Rex himself. He pulled the door closed and locked it. Then, grabbing 2 iron bars on the floor, he shoved them through 2 other latches. No one was getting through that door without explosives, which she assumed their attackers had. "We can't stay here," said the Marine, panting. Blood oozed out of his shoulder. Proctor swore and reached for it. He shook her off. "Just cut my glass." "We're not staying here. Follow me, quickly." Rex shoved past them to where the tunnel's roof narrowed down to just a meter off the ground. He stooped down and started crawling. Proctor followed, groaning as her bad knee struggled to support her weight without betraying her to searing pain. If the Marine behind her felt any pain from the gash in his shoulder, he didn't say as he crawled steadily behind her. Proctor was surprised at how fast she could move when she knew there were bullets trying to find her. They crawled at a steady clip for over 2 minutes, and the gunfire seemed to fade away before ending completely. She wondered if that was just because they had crawled out of hearing range, or if the unknown assailants had finally figured out that no one was firing back, or if the police had finally arrived, though any regular police force would be overwhelmed with the firepower these people had. Those sounded like military-grade weapons. Either way, she crawled, trying to put as much distance in between them and the people with big guns. "Yeah, the passage opens up a bit," said Rex. He was standing now, and offered a hand to Proctor to help her rise as well. They were now in a dim utility access corridor, lit only by glowing LED strips along the floor, half of which were unpowered. "You know who those people are?" she asked. "No, I thought you did." She shrugged. "No, lead on. I don't want to be stuck in this hole when they catch up to us." She turned back to the Marine. "Have you gotten through yet?" He shook his head. "No, ma'am. My comm set seems to be blocked. They might be interfering with the signal, whoever they are." Damn. Whoever this was, their ambush was well executed, coordinated, and had tech support. This was no street gang or even some GPC thugs. She waved them ahead. "Lead on." Rex led them along the corridor, passing several access hatches, and finally, after what must have been 3 more minutes of walking, he pointed to a nondescript hatch to the left. "This one. It's our safe house." "Our?" "The local Grangerite Synod." He tapped a specific pattern on the metal of the hatch and waited. Moments later, an answering tap came with a complicated pattern. Rex replied with yet another series of thumps, some quick, some more spaced. "Is that Morse code?" she asked. Rex raised an eyebrow. "You know it?" "A little. Learned a little as a kid when I played Fleets and Swarm." His slight squint told her he had no idea what that was. "A board game you play, and you have to send secret messages to your teammates any way you can. I learned a few things I could tap to my friends." "Did it help you win?" She smiled at the memory, in spite of the urgent danger they were still in. "Every time." Rex tapped a final code which Proctor managed to translate as Victory. She assumed was a password, since the ISS Victory figured heavily into Grangerite mythology. Her history. Either way, the hatch creaked open. "Hurry," said Rex again, offering a hand to help her through. The hatch closed with a clang and firm metallic thuds, confirming the locks fell into place, finally allowing Proctor to breathe. She'd faced death any number of times at the helm of a starship, staring down a swarm carrier, or, as was often the case, 10 swarm carriers. But facing such visceral, immediate danger as a gunman aiming for your head was an entirely different feeling. A faceless, nameless, inhuman enemy wanting her dead was one thing. It was another entirely to be targeted by another human. The name, face, and actual ideologies, however warped they were. She found it terrifying. "Anything yet?" she asked the Marine, wishing now she'd remembered his name. It seemed like the least she could do for a young man who was putting his life on the line for hers. "No, ma'am. All channels still blocked." He pulled his comm device out of one of his many pockets and fiddled with the screen. "With the kind of interference we're getting, I wouldn't be surprised if they've managed to hack into our terminals, Admiral. I don't see how they could block every channel otherwise." She nodded. "Very well, keep at it. and turning to Rex.
Now what? Do you have a way out of here?
Of course. Follow us, please. She just then noticed the kid standing next to the hatch. Tall, lanky, pimpled, maybe 15 or 16. Both Rex and the kid went down a narrow hallway leading from the small room the hatch was in, and emerged into a larger room full of boxes and crates, and past that an even larger one, complete with couches, chairs, a refrigerator and sink, bunk beds lining the walls, and in the center a small group of waiting people. At the center of that group, a face, an incredibly charming face, one that was vaguely familiar. He stood up quickly and extended a hand.
Admiral Proctor, it's an incredible honor to meet you, companion of the hero of Earth. Welcome.
She accepted the hand and shook.
Pleased to meet you, Mr.
Curiel.
The name jogged her memory. That face, she finally placed it.
Secretary General Curiel? Of the GPC?
He bowed. The one and only. I've been expecting you for several weeks now.
Expecting me?
She glanced around the room, half expecting a dozen gunmen to spring out of the closets. What the hell was going on? It was prophesized. When the hero made his final ascension and passed the event horizon, it was foretold that you'd be on the move again, preparing the way for his return. According to observations from the Penumbra Prime Observatory, Granger officially passed the event horizon 2 weeks ago. Curiel smiled broadly at her. And here you are. Smiled broadly at her. And here you are. Chapter 32. Irigoyen Sector, San Martin System, San Martin. Galactic People's Congress Safe House, Ciudad Libertador. Proctor tried not to grimace at the religious mumbo-jumbo mingled with tech jargon. She forced a thin smile.
So, you're a Grangerite. I had no idea the leader of the Galactic People's Congress was so... pious.
Secretary General Curiel held both his hands up as if in a signal of surrender. I agree, Admiral. This looks and sounds like lunacy. 10 years ago I would have said the same. I don't blame you for having your doubts. She smiled again, this time more genuine.
Doubts? Doesn't really quite cover it, Mr. Secretary. More like 100% absolute surety that you folks are crazier than the local Pastafarian congregation that eagerly awaits the second coming of the flying spaghetti monster. I'm sorry, but I don't have time to waste on your delusions. Please, show me out of here. Preferably to a place where people aren't shooting at me, and where I can get a ride back up to my ship. You know, civilizations to save, planets to protect, the usual.
She didn't mean to let so much sarcasm seep into her words, but the absurdity, the lunacy of it all threatened to make her grab her Marine's sidearm and start shooting people in the face. But, given how they currently had her at their mercy, she delayed the impulse to violence. Secretary General Curiel nodded. Again, I don't blame you, and I'm sorry we're meeting under these circumstances. I had hoped that we could eventually sit down and map out a course of peace.
Peace? You have your goons shoot up a store and kill my man back there, and you expect to sit down and discuss peace? What kind of deluded piece of shit are you?
He shook his head. Those were not my men. Admiral, you may find this hard to believe, but the Galactic People's Congress is an organization devoted to peace. Yet, as with any large organization dedicated to freedom for all people, it inevitably attracts, well, all kinds. There are several factions in the GPC that are out of my control, and frankly, a little extreme. And worse, several corporations that are pulling some of the strings of a few of those extremist groups. Proctor stared him in the eye.
Mr. Secretary, I've come for my nephew. That's all I want. Just tell me who sold him his ship and why the hell it exploded over Sangre, taking 50,000 people with it.
She almost didn't want to know the next part. At least not yet.
And if Danny survived it?
I sold him the ship. It was mine. I'm sure your people will eventually confirm that and track the registry back to a corporation under GPC control. She nodded, finally some answers.
And the nuke?
His face tightened. Also mine?
So you confess then? To war crimes? You understand that you likely face the death penalty, life in prison at the least.
He shook his head vigorously. I do not confess to war crimes. It was never our intention to actually use that device. It was only meant as political leverage. She rolled her eyes.
Oh, please, don't insult me, Mr. Secretary. You don't steal a thermonuclear device and launch it at a defenseless colony and then claim it was all just an innocent mistake and that you really only meant to thump your chest a bit. Wave your dick around like one of the big boys.
Curiel's eyes flashed in anger, but he managed to smile tightly. I'll tell you again, I did not order that launch. We meant to store the device in a secure bunker somewhere, never to be used, period. The fact of its ownership was meant to solidify support from some of our worlds that had been wavering. They needed to know that we were taking their defense seriously.
Whatever.
She blew him off.
Play your political games. Just tell me, if it wasn't you, then who was it?
He closed his mouth. It seemed she'd thrown him off guard. I don't know.
Please.
She scoffed again. I'm telling you, I don't know. Could be the Russian Confederation. She waved a dismissing hand.
Unlikely. After the Swarm War, they retreated into themselves. They don't get into galactic politics anymore. They care about their own worlds, and that's it.
Yes, but some of their worlds have rather large populations of GPC loyalists.
What, do you think they bombed Sangre and tried to make it look like you, so that the rest of the GPC worlds would be scared off from supporting you? Like a false flag operation? Sounds a little absurd. Beyond far-fetched.
He shrugged. It's not like they've ever hesitated to engage in such tactics before in their history. But like I said, I don't know. That's just a hunch. But I'll allow that it might be a bad hunch.
Clearly.
She glared at him, then looked around the room at the others. A collection of men and women, some of whom seemed to be his aides. Others she guessed were just there for the spectacle of seeing the hero's companion. And several looked like security. Good. At least that might mean they'd be safe from whoever was aiming for her head. Admiral Proctor, when I heard you were here, I had to meet you. Not only for the faith aspect of it all, but for the very reason you have mentioned. Danny Proctor went silent shortly before the Magdalena Issachar plunged down into the atmosphere of Sangre de Cristo. I want to know why as much as you do. I suspect he was intercepted by someone. Someone who not only wanted that nuke, but someone aboard a ship with stealth technology.
Stealth?
Yes. Honest-to-God photon-bending stealth. I no idea if he's working on it, and has a few early beta trials running.
How did you know that?
He smiled. I have my sources. But what I don't know is who intercepted Danny, or why, or what the motives are. For that, I need your help. She rubbed her eyes. The shock of everything that had happened over the last half hour was starting to set in, and she felt a slight shiver, and recognized the signs of her core temperature falling from the shock.
How can I trust you? Tell me why I should trust you. Convince me.
He swallowed. I can't. But if I was going to kill you, I'd have already done it. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw her Marine go tense. She held up a hand to steady him.
I need more than that. You're telling me I should trust you because you haven't killed me? Fuck you.
He stroked the stubble on his chin. He was not especially tall, but actually quite striking, with a natural charisma that Proctor was not surprised at, given his position. It would take someone of remarkable charisma to convince so many people to devote themselves to such a deluded cause. All right. I'll give you our other nukes. She tried not to shiver.
Other nukes? How many do you have?
9. We stole 10, and with the loss of the one over Sangre, I'm starting to doubt their security and the wisdom of even having them. As a show of good faith, I'll give them to you. All of them. But what I want in exchange is, well, trust for one, and cooperation. We need to figure out who is behind Sangre. Otherwise, both your goals and mine will go unrealized.
You don't know what my goals are.
I do. He stared at her, and for the first time his smile was genuine. "You're the companion of the hero. Your goal is the same as mine, to save humanity. Our means are different, of course, as I suspect our definition of the word save, but I don't doubt your goal, nor should you doubt mine." He paused, pointing upward toward the ceiling as if to indicate an unseen enemy out in the deep of space. "But if we don't figure out who is working against both of us, then humanity falls." She slowly nodded. It was a distraction, of course. She was in this to save her nephew and for extra credit to save Earth. Getting involved in galactic politics, she was done with that.
"Fine. 9 nukes for my cooperation in the investigation."
"Excellent," he said with a broad smile which faltered slightly. "Except I should clarify. I can give you 8 nukes now, and the 9th to come soon." Damn it, she knew there was a catch.
"When?"
He sighed. It sounded like defeat. "When we can figure out who stole it." "When we can figure out who stole it." Chapter 33. Irigoyen Sector, San Martin System, San Martin. Shuttle Fenway.
"You're not actually thinking about outrunning them, are you?"
It was giving Civic the creeps, looking at Batak, speaking at him through the uncanny valley mask. He couldn't believe that they had actually thought it would be a good idea to go out in public like that. "Of course I am. Hold on." The shuttle lurched, and he could see her simultaneously grab her seat and her mouth as they shot straight down into the lower atmosphere, accelerated, steepening the angle of descent to a full-on dive, before leveling out just a few hundred meters above the ocean in a gut-churning arc. Even though her face prosthetic was white, he could tell that even without it, the blood would be gone from her face.
"Never do that again,"
she managed to say through gritted teeth. The comm buzzed to life. "Unidentified shuttle. You are advised to follow us to a landing site immediately, or we will take you down." Damn it. Sorry. I thought we could get out from under their sensors by skirting the water. He glanced at his sensors. "But look, we already lost 6 of them. There's only 1 following us now. The rest went off back to the city."
"Why would they—"
"Hold on," he repeated, interrupting her question. Knowing he was about to get another stream of profanity-laden protests from her, he pushed the accelerator downward, and the distance between them and the ocean dropped to nothing.
"Ethan!"
The collision was not as rough as he would have expected, and he credited the impact mode of the inertial cancellers with half of the luck, and his last-second deceleration with the rest. Still, if it weren't for their restraints, they'd both be smeared on the front viewport. As it was, he could tell that his shoulders would not come away from this without deep bruising. They were underwater. When the maelstrom of bubbles subsided, he could just make out rods of blue sunlight shimmering down at them from the surface about a dozen meters up.
"What the hell are you doing?"
she yelled through gritted teeth. "We tried to fool them your way with makeup, now we're fooling them my way."
"By dying?"
she yelled again. "They're going to think that we died in the crash, yes. By the time they get a recovery ship out here, we'll be long gone." She couldn't seem to stop swearing under her breath.
"And in the meantime, what do we do about the whole not dying thing?"
"Working on it." He glanced to the instrument panel. Structural integrity was holding. Ship hulls were designed to keep exactly 1 atmosphere of pressure in, not 2 atmospheres of pressure out. But the hull plates were holding, as were the seams between hull and viewport, and the feed-throughs for the sensor packages and propulsion units.
"Those propulsion units are never going to start up again,"
she said, as if reading his mind. "I beg to differ. At the last second I shut them off and closed the exhaust panels. Our stabilizing thrusters are shot, of course, but main propulsion? No problemo." He held his breath, waiting for the sensors to give him the all-clear. Their reach was severely attenuated by the shielding from the salt water above them, which acted like a huge grounding plate. As if in answer, several white streaks shot through the water right across the view out the window. A second later, the comm crackled. "Unidentified shuttle. You will surface and proceed to the coordinates I'm beaming to you, or else I'll open fire. Be advised, this time I won't miss." He hung his head into a palm. They'd lost. They were caught. There was no escaping this time. Fine. Bastards. He initiated the main engines with a flip of a finger and released the containment panels that kept the water out. The shuttle lurched forward and shot out of the water with what must have been an amazing splash, for anyone lucky enough to have seen it, he supposed. Unidentified shuttle. Don't get your panties in a bunch, I'm coming. A pause on the other side of the comm as the pilot of the fighter considered his words. You will accompany me up into the atmosphere. Any deviation from our course will result in several dozen red-hot rounds coming up your arse. Got it? If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were propositioning me, Lieutenant. The pilot didn't sound amused. Batak glared at Civic. Her eyes said, Don't piss off the guy with the big guns pointed at us. Unidentified shuttle, Civic rolled his eyes. Got it, Lieutenant, we're following you up. Any particular destination in mind? A pause. Just follow me. Fine, lead the way. Much to Batak's chagrin, the loss of the stabilizing thrusters meant the ascent was far rougher than the descent through the atmosphere. But it only lasted a few minutes, as before long they were maneuvering into a gleaming new IDF starship that nevertheless looked like it had seen some intense action recently. There were several patched holes in its shining hull. They landed in the shuttle bay. He flipped off the engines and they stood up. Well, he started. Masks on or off? Does it matter? She asked. Touché, let's go. He glanced out the viewport and saw a squad of Marines surrounding the shuttle, assault rifles at the ready. Well, shit. This doesn't end well, he grumbled. Look, stay in here while I talk to them, just in case. In case of what? You know, big guns. He flashed a lopsided smile he didn't quite feel. The ramp lowered and he descended with his hands in the air. A pair of Marines sprang forward and slapped cuffs on his wrists and pushed him away from the ramp towards the exit. There's a civilian in the shuttle. She has nothing to do with this, just an innocent bystander. Get them in the brig. Questions can wait, said a familiar voice over the comm speaker. Civic glanced around for its source as it continued. And get that shuttle out of the way. The Admiral will be here in a moment. I'm just on my way to go get her. Civic saw him, up in the CIC overlooking the fighter bay. Dad? Captain Vals's eyes widened and he stared at him for a moment before rushing out of the CIC, down the stairs, and marched straight toward him, fire in his eyes. He looked Civic over and reached out to tear the mask off. It hurt more than he thought it would. His father glared at him and cleared his throat. Lieutenant Ethan Civic, you are under arrest. He turned to the Marines. Get his ass in the brig. For what? Civic protested. Valls reared on him. Civic worried that he'd punch him like last time. For being an utter dipshit asshole and breaking any number of IDF regulations, and possibly for murder. But I... Valls held up a hand to cut him off. No more excuses, Ethan. Time to stop running from responsibility. He turned and marched back to the CIC. Take them to the brig. Back to the CIC. Take them to the brig. Chapter 34. Irigoyen Sector, San Martin System, San Martin. Galactic People's Congress Safe House, Ciudad Libertador. You don't know where your damn stolen nukes are? Proctor struggled to contain her anger. She was no longer half tempted to grab her Marine's sidearm and blow Curiel's face off. She was full-on two halves tempted. Curiel held up his hands defensively. Just one of them. And in my defense, it's the one that was least operational of the 10. Without some serious technical skill, that thing is staying inert. He trailed off as if realizing how stupid he sounded. She raised an eyebrow at him. The bad news is it's a MIRV. 15 actual warheads on it. She swore. I would think that if this shadowy organization you're pissing your panties about knows enough to be able to steal 2 nukes, hijack a freighter using a mysterious ship with supposed stealth technology, and is able to hack into and jam my state-of-the-art comm device. She held up her handset and shook it,
that they would have the technical know-how to be able to reassemble a bomb whose basic design and components have been around for 700 years.
He gave another shrug, in a motion she'd come to call the penguin salute, both arms stiff and semi-outstretched from his sides. I'm sorry, Admiral. I know it's hard to recognize right now, but this is bigger than any single missing nuke, she waved him off.
Please, tell me you've got the other 8 secure. Please tell me you're not a complete ignoramus.
He nodded, solemnly. They're secure. My best, most trusted people are guarding them until we can offload them into your capable hands.
Well, thank God for that.
She glanced around at his entourage, most of whom were shifting uncomfortably on their feet, apparently unaccustomed to seeing their boss browbeat like this. Except for the few that were obviously not there in a state capacity, but rather because they were highly ranked within the Grangerite faith, if that was the right word. Those people were watching her with near adulation. Apparently she'd met their expectations. Good. Maybe that would make them more pliable.
Are the nukes here, on San Martin?
Yes.
Good. I'll take them off your hands within the day if I can manage it. First, I need to get to the Independence. Have the authorities responded yet? Is the street safe?
She turns to her Marine.
Have you gotten through yet?
Making progress, ma'am. Looks like whatever they're using to hack into our system is finally running up against active countermeasures from the Independents. Our IT team must be fighting back. She turned back to Curiel.
I want everything you have on Danny. Everything on his ship, sensor data, ship logs, maintenance reports, comm traffic logs, dossiers on his shipmates. And I understand he had a girlfriend who you may know.
His eyes narrowed. Had?
She's dead.
The tightening of his jaw told her he hadn't known, and the news was distressing.
What?
She continued.
Was she a plant? She worked for Admiral Mullins at CENTCOM Bolivar. Was she one of yours too?
He nodded. Not exactly loyal to the GPC, or to IDF for that matter. She was complicated. That's why Danny liked her, I suppose. But she'd feed us info occasionally, and I know she'd do the same for Mullins.
So if she wasn't loyal to you or to Mullins, who was she loyal to?
He shrugged.
There's an awful lot you don't know, Mr. Secretary. For someone who's at the head of a galactic conspiracy to take down the legitimate government of United Earth.
That is not what we're trying to do. We want independence and self-determination, freedom. He glowered at her. We've had enough of your wars, dying for your nationalistic causes. You try to make us hate the Russian Confederation, the Chinese, the Caliphate, and their leaders get their people to hate us back. It's a circle of hate, Admiral. Spurred on by those in power. Those with the most to lose if it all comes crashing down and the truth exposed. And we want out. We want off the merry-go-round. Oh, please. She had no idea what else to say to such paranoid lunacy.
Oh, please. I've been saving Earth from slimy shit aliens since you were a snot-nosed, whiny kid wishing he were tall enough to play with the big boys.
He was about to protest, but she cut him off before he even started.
No, I'm not getting into a political argument with you. You get me the nukes before the day is out, and you get me that data, and I'll think about cooperating with you to help track down these people aiming for my head.
He glanced at his people. The aide closest to him shrugged, as if they were silently continuing a conversation. We honestly have no idea why they're targeting you, Admiral. Whoever they are. It's clear to everyone that you're only back in the game because of the mystery ship, and that your goal is to save Earth. Again. Why these people would be opposed to that, I can't say.
She wanted to say, well, clearly someone doesn't want me to save Earth, dumbass.
But one of the other men chimed in. She assumed he was not one of the aides, but rather one of the Grangerites, from the worshipful expression on his old, wrinkled face. Short-cropped white hair thinly covered a mottled scalp. She guessed he was north of 90 years old.
It's because you're the companion of the hero, ma'am. With all due respect to both you and Secretary General Curiel, you're a symbol of far more than United Earth's dominance or IDF's aggression against GPC sympathizer worlds. You're a symbol of humanity's ascendance, its survival, its destiny. Along with the hero, you're the symbol of hope for humanity. Someone wants to destroy that symbol, that hope. Someone wants to demoralize us, to cow us into submission and defeat. Ever since Granger's ascension 2 weeks ago, I knew something was coming to tear us all apart, to divide us. It was foretold. Foretold.
She decided to play along against her better judgment.
By whom?
He smiled coyly.
Well, by me, Toby Huntsman. I'm the patriarch of the Grangerite faith. 15 years ago, I had a dream, more than a dream. When I woke up, I knew that what I had seen was not just a nightmare, but was, somehow, reality. What would come to pass after Granger's ascension if we were not vigilant?
What was it? He paused, hesitated as if reluctant to say a word more.
I saw death. Unthinkable destruction. On a scale far greater than the Swarm War, I saw the end of humanity. And it all started with the Ascension. I saw you return and lead the fight, and I saw you fail.
His face was pained, as if he wanted to say any other words than the ones he was saying. And hearing them sent a shiver down her spine, in spite of the fact she thought he was a lunatic.
I saw you marshal the defense of humanity and fail. Earth burned, San Martin burned, Britannia fell. One by one, world by world, we fell. But it wasn't set in stone. Granger appeared to me and told me it didn't have to be that way. Well, he didn't so much speak to me as he looked at me, and I understood.
He gathered himself up.
It was made clear to me that in the days to come after the Ascension, humanity would be put through its greatest test, and that you would either lead us to victory or a loss so utterly complete that we would cease to exist.
She shrugged.
What's new? Same old, same old. Nothing we didn't go through 30 years ago.
But she had to know. The curiosity ate at her.
And what did old Tim say would be the determining factor? How do we get the best odds out of this shit show?
He stared at her, earnestly, so earnestly. It almost took her aback.
You need to remain true to Granger. Trust him. He'll deliver us again, I know it. I know it.
She returned his earnest stare.
Tim Granger is dead. He died 30 years ago. I swear to you that I will honor his memory and fight for the things he believed in to my last breath, but Tim is not coming back. Life just doesn't work that way.
The patriarch allowed himself a small smirk.
He came back once. He'll do so again. That was different, Patriarch Huntsman. He fell into a swarm singularity. It was artificial and entirely controlled by their technology. He reappeared, same old Tim, and our scientists now have a pretty good grasp of how it all happened. He did not die and come back. He went through a frickin' wormhole. Well, if it weren't for the ban on singularity research, we could probably reproduce the whole event.
The patriarch smiled warmly.
Admiral Proctor, you think I'm crazy, I know. It's okay. But I don't believe in magic. I do believe in a higher power. Before I became the patriarch, I was a bishop, a Mormon bishop. I believed in God, and I still do. But I know that God uses what tools he has, and in that case, he used swarm technology to save us. It wasn't magic, and in this case, he'll use something. Something that will send Granger back to us. Not magic, not hocus pocus, but he'll do something to send us our hero again. You'll see. You'll believe me in the end.
An explosion rocked the building, and everyone cowered. A few screamed. Damn it, she'd expected the authorities to get a handle on the situation outside by now. Out of all the people cowering, glancing up nervously at the ceiling or towards the walls, she alone stood rigid, smiling down at Patriarch Huntsman and Secretary General Curiel.
The end? Well, this could be it, gentlemen.
Then the far wall, lined with bunks, boxes, and supplies, exploded inward. Proctor fell behind an overturned table, shoved there by a Marine, who aimed his sidearm towards the gaping hole in the wall. Chapter 35. Irigoyen Sector, San Martin System, San Martin. Galactic People's Congress Safe House, Ciudad Libertador. Admiral Proctor squinted through the dusty darkness of the room and watched Rex crawl over to her and the Marine behind the table. Everyone else had sought cover, and Secretary General Curiel's security detail had taken positions on either side of the gaping hole in the wall, shooting at targets outside the building she couldn't see. Nor did she try to see. "We can get you out through the way we came," said Rex, wincing as a few rounds struck the ceiling nearby. She shook her head.
"I'll take my chances with these guys,"
she said, indicating the soldiers leaning out of the hole. Somehow they'd produced a few military-grade assault rifles, probably from the storage crates lining the walls. At least it wasn't just her Marine with his sidearm, though which she wouldn't give for 100 IDF Marines right now. One of the soldiers fell back through the hole, cursing, bleeding from his shoulder. An aide to Curiel scrambled over and pulled him back from the wall and into the cover of another overturned table. The door burst open, and several more soldiers replaced the men who'd fallen. A hail of gunfire peppered the opening in the wall, and the GPC soldiers responded in kind. Proctor covered her ears. Oh God, this could be it. A powerful, pulsing whine managed to pierce through the tumult of the gunfire, even through her hands pressed against her ears. It grew louder and louder, until finally something blazed past the opening in the wall, and Proctor only caught a glimpse of it before it passed. It looked like an IDF fighter. Another darted past the building, and Proctor heard the unmistakable sound of high-caliber gunfire coming from the fighters. She hadn't heard that sound in decades. Usually fighters fired their guns out in the silence of space, but these two were having a field day out in the street, making pass after pass, and eventually the assault rifles fell silent, either because they couldn't be heard over the constant rumble of the fighters' guns and engines, or because the unknown assailants wielding them were being mercilessly mowed down by shells meant to take out other fighters and capital ships. Something chirped nearby. Her Marine looked up in triumph, holding the comm device. "Finally got through, Admiral. The jamming is gone, and IT up on Independence broke through the hack." She nodded, grabbing the handset.
"This is Proctor. What's the situation?"
"Good to hear your voice, Shelby. Hold on." It was ballsy, and it sounded like he was in a fighter or a shuttle. She didn't know whether to thank him or berate him for putting his life at risk when he should be sending his lieutenants, not himself, a captain, into the fight. The hell was he thinking? One of the fighters outside shot past again, firing its guns, and she heard the unmistakable sounds of exploding buildings nearby. She glanced over at Curiel.
"I thought this was your safe house."
He nodded angrily. "We've been compromised. More than I thought." Clearly. The gunfire had ceased completely. Ballsy's voice blared through the handset again. "I think we got the last of them. I've got half my squadron patrolling the streets for 3 blocks in either direction, and all our Marines are down here now, with another 5 units Admiral Tigre sent over. I'm sending a shuttle in to pick you up. It's going to nudge up right against that hole. My boys and I will provide cover while you jump in, just in case we missed any hostiles."
"Wait, you're not only down here, but you're piloting a fighter? What's gotten into you?"
He grunted. "Protecting my Admiral and my friend, Shelby? Couldn't trust the job to anyone else."
"Who the hell are they, Ballsy? Who's shooting at me?"
Ballsy grunted as he swung around the building. Clearly wasn't used to the G-forces of a fighter, especially one flying in a gravity well. "Still working on that. They managed to hack into our network and basically used your comm device to track you. Took Mumford forever to break through and block them. And the municipal police force is just overwhelmed. Apparently there were a dozen other disturbances around the city at the same time they ambushed you. So the city's force was stretched thin. Hold on, coming in now. Can you see it? She peered around the table and saw the shuttle descend down from the sky and hold station right next to the hole, hovering a dozen meters off the ground. She hadn't noticed until then that she was on the third floor of a building. She hadn't even remembered climbing stairs. Okay, Shelby, go. Shuttle's in position. I'm circling overhead with 4 other birds and 50 Marines are in the street below. Nothing is getting by us for the next 60 seconds. Go! She eyed the gap between the building and the open shuttle door with apprehension. It was only a few centimeters, but it was a long way down. Can't the shuttle just land and I'll go down the stairs like a normal person? Negative. The situation is still fluid. I'm getting you out of there now while we have them confused and on the run. Whoever they are. Fine. She stood up, tapping her Marine's shoulder and motioning her head towards the shuttle. He ran ahead and stood by the hole as the shuttle's engine whined from the effort of hovering against gravity. Before she stepped over the gap, she looked around the jumbled mess of a room. Where's Curiel? And the Patriarch? One of the Secretary General's Marines answered, Taking to safety, ma'am. She rolled her eyes. Such a gentleman. From behind the table she had been hiding behind, Rex was watching her. She nodded a farewell to him and an implied thank you for his help. He nodded back. Tell him I'll be in contact shortly, and that if he reneges, there will be swift hell to pay. She jumped. Hell to pay. She jumped. Chapter 36. Irigoyen Sector, San Martin System, San Martin. Bridge, ISS Independence. Proctor could barely contain her anger during the bumpy ascent through the atmosphere up to the Independence, and was still seething when she descended the ramp in the fighter bay. Ballsy and his fighters had preceded her by just a few minutes, and he was waiting for her when she got out. I want answers, she said, storming past him, aiming for the doors and beyond the bridge. She nearly steamrolled over a young yeoman who was bent low over a power receptacle on the deck. His floppy hair bounced as he pulled out of the way at the last second. Normally she'd stop to apologize, but she was too angry at getting almost killed to remember social niceties. Sorry, ma'am, he stammered, and gave a quick salute before returning to his work. She nodded a quick acknowledgement to the young man, before continuing on towards the bridge. Answers, Ballsy, I want them! He fell into step next to her. Me too. What the hell happened? Who were you talking to ruffle so many feathers? And guns. He fell into step next to her, tossing his helmet to one of the flight crew. Curiel. Ballsy did a double take. You're kidding. She glared at him. Does this look like a face that kids? His eyes darted up to her forehead. Shelby, you're injured. Again. We're stopping by sickbay. She felt her head and the hand came away with a small spot of blood. Like hell we are, it's nothing. Bumped my head. Before I go anywhere near a doctor, I want to know who the hell that was, and I want them neutralized. How the hell can I save civilization as we know it when we've got a bunch of thugs taking pot shots at me? The elevator doors barely opened in time to keep her from bumping into them. As the lift carried them to the bridge, she filled him in on everything Rex had told her about Danny and the Magdalena Issachar, and everything she'd learned from Curiel and the Patriarch Huntsman and his Grangerite devotees. Vols puffed air incredulously. Unbelievable. I just can't fathom anyone worshipping an old fart like that, even if it is Tim. And the ambush? What did Curiel have to say about it? Those people were way too well equipped to just be some street thugs. I think Secretary General Curiel is not entirely in control of his own insurgency. The wheels are coming off the GPC, and I think he's not even in the driver's seat. The doors opened to the bridge, and she eyed Vols before stepping out. But someone is, Ballsy. Hold on, he said, reaching out to her arm before she entered the bridge. Just so you know, we picked up my son, Ethan, down on San Martin. Don't worry, it wasn't related to what happened to you, he added when he saw her reaction. But he was on a stolen shuttle from Bolivar. Was apparently on watchdog when it blew. What you want to know? The hell is he doing here? By shuttle, that's far. No idea. Haven't had time to ask him. We're still not close. She sighed and touched her forehead to make sure the wound had stopped bleeding.
Ballsy, you're going to have to let go of that. He's your damn son.
I know, he grunted. He's a reckless jackass, but yes, I know. Proctor shrugged and started moving towards the open doors of the bridge.
Apple doesn't fall far from the tree, I guess.
She turned back to smile.
Thanks for the rescue, Ballsy. Now get to the CIC and get me some answers.
The bridge was in disarray, with half the teams on their feet, darting back and forth between coordinating the Marines' return from the surface, the IT team still cracking the code of the hackers, and who knew what else.
Admiral on the bridge,
said the Marine, standing at attention.
Admiral,
said Commander Yarbrough, relief spreading across his face.
Good to see you're safe. What's our status?
She strode to her seat. She didn't know if it was still the adrenaline rushing through her veins or what, but she didn't even have a hint of a limp. No, the pain was still there, except rather than wince from it, she was letting it fuel her anger. Raina Scott was at the ops station, coordinating auxiliary systems repair efforts. Grime and scorch marks covered her uniform, but she otherwise looked like she was finally back in her element, repairing starships after battle. Her face lit up into a wrinkled smile when she saw Proctor.
Good to see you in one piece, Shelby. Engines and power plant back up to green. Patched our holes and we're ready to rumble.
Proctor sat down and nodded at the chief.
Thank you, Raina.
She turned to Commander Yarbrough.
What news from the surface? I've been in contact with Admiral Tigray and the municipal authorities. They've collected bodies from the scene, and it looks like the perpetrators are a mix. Some IDF, some GPC, some street thugs that look like they were used for cannon fodder. We're trying to track down how they hacked into our system. The fact that there were some IDF people on the ground, on their side, tells me we've probably got some IT people on their side too. All our systems could be at risk.
She sat down, and her knee exploded in pain.
Good. Did it piss you off, Shelby?
Admiral,
began QWERTY.
Transmission from CENTCOM San Martin. It's Admiral Tigray.
Put him through.
Tigray's worried face filled the screen.
Dear God, Shelby. I'm so glad you're all right.
So am I, Miguel. What can you tell me?
He grunted. Not much.
We're still in the middle of sifting through the rubble and apprehending folks, but I think it's pretty clear this was a fringe element of the GPC. But the coordination and level of tech here was staggering. They must have some big-name backers.
I want those names, Miguel. This is all connected. Danny, the Magdalena Sakar and Sangre de Cristo, the missing nuke.
He did a double take. Come again? She sighed.
You need to have a little talk with Secretary General Curiel. He's got 8 more nukes of the same variety that hit Sangre, and 1 more that's missing, presumably taken by the same people taking potshots at me. Good God. God has nothing to do with it, in spite of what the Grangerites think. And if he does, he's certainly not good. Let me know when you have more, Miguel. I've got a lot going on here.
He nodded.
Very well. I'll get in touch with Curiel. Tigray out.
She let out a deep breath. It was as if she hadn't had a chance to breathe since stepping into that used ship showroom just a few hours earlier. Who in the world would want to nuke millions of colonists? Who the hell would want it to look like Danny who'd done it? Did Danny do it on purpose? Thinking he'd ingratiate himself with someone? Or thinking that if he attacked a GPC-loyal world like Sangre, that he'd influence popular opinion and sympathy for the GPC? And help it win independence and legitimacy? Impossible. She banished the thought.
Admiral.
QWERTY looked up, his face pale.
Receiving a wide-beam metaspace signal from the IDF station orbiting El Amin. It's the farthest planet out in the San Martin system, about 2 light hours away. The mystery ship is here.
Damn it. She glanced over at Ballsy, who was huddled with Commander Mumford.
Are we ready?
Ballsy shrugged.
We've been working on the new tactics. I guess we'll find out. Welterweight here sure thinks we're ready, though.
Mumford looked like he wanted to contest the nickname, but only cleared his throat.
I've been working on the, emotional projection issue, ma'am. I think I've figured it out. Well, enough to attenuate the signal. I've set up a regular EM grid across the hull, basically creating a thin metamaterial shield. Like a Faraday cage. except this picks out the meta-space-accompanied EM signal coming off the alien ship and automatically adjusts the effective molecular orbital spacing of the metamaterial shield to compensate.
Good man. How sure are you that it works?
Mumford cocked his head, as if calculating risk factors in his head.
The first few minutes might be rocky, but it'll automatically learn and adjust. And I've uploaded the program into all the fighters too. Their EM field generator should be able to handle it.
So, this was it. She paused before making the decision.
Are we ready?
She repeated to the two men.
As ready as we'll ever be, Shelby.
Ballsy looked grim but determined. That was enough for her.
Ensign Risa, set a T-jump course to Elamine. It's time we go on offense. Elamine, it's time we go on offense.
Chapter 37. Irigoyen Sector, San Martin System, Elamine. Bridge, ISS Independence. The T-jump made her less queasy this time, and Proctor wondered if it was just because she was acclimating to the process, or if doing such a short jump meant less spatial and temporal distortion. Either way, when they arrived, the view screen shifted from a video feed of the tranquil blue San Martin to the icy gray Elamine. The camera zoomed in, and the Golgothic ship bloomed across the screen. She felt a wave of irrational fear and consternation, which just as quickly dissipated. Commander Mumford called out from the rear of the bridge.
The metamaterial shield is working, Admiral. The other ship's EM field isn't penetrating the hull.
But now... She watched the screen, studying the alien abrupt curves of the other ship.
How are we doing on scanning that thing? Are the sensors able to penetrate it yet?
Working on it, Admiral, said Mumford. I have a few ideas on that front, just give me some time.
I'll stall for as long as we can afford it.
Yarbrough had sidled up behind her.
Is stalling wise? I want to know what we're shooting at before we shoot at it.
He frowned.
For reasons of conscience?
The implication was clear. She was the reluctant annihilator of the remnants of the swarm, and the mother-killer of the Skiora.
For tactical reasons, Commander. Before we start firing, I want to make sure our shots count, because we might only have a few shots to begin with.
She turned to him.
Unless you prefer we start firing blindly and willy-nilly, just take our chances and hope for the best.
He backed off.
Of course, Admiral. I'll prep the emergency crews for damage response. Good.
They spent a tense half-hour watching the ship, which slowly orbited the tiny gray planet. Each time they passed the IDF station, it reflected the weak light of San Martin's sun back at them, which at this distance only looked like a very bright star.
So, it's ignoring the orbital station this time, and us.
She tapped her armbrests impatiently.
Tell me about Elamine. What's down there?
Lieutenant Whitehorse worked her console and brought up the data.
Basically, just a giant ball of water ice and rock. Molten iron nickel core, about the size of Pluto, if that helps. There is a small research station down on the surface.
IDF?
No, ma'am. A research outpost run by one of the private universities on San Martin.
Population?
A few hundred.
She went through the grim moral calculus involved with balancing the needs of a few hundred civilians on the ground, the few dozen IDF officers on the station, and the crew of the Independence, along with the billions who were depending on her in this moment. It was ghoulish to think about, but those unfortunate people down on the planet were not the highest priority. QWERTY looked up from the comm station.
They're asking for assistance, Admiral, and they're suffering the full effect of the Golgothic broadcast, so they're a little agitated.
Tell them we're occupied, but that they should evacuate immediately.
Lieutenant Whitehorse shouted.
Alien ship is firing!
On the screen, they all watched as the same purple-white beam lanced out from the strange ship, not towards the Independence, but down at the icy planet below.
Are they hitting the research station?
Whitehorse shook her head.
No, ma'am. It's just drilling into the surface like it did at Ido.
Yarbrough stiffened.
Are we going to respond? It's still a direct attack on a UE world with UE civilians on it. Those people are in immediate danger.
I agree. They're in immediate danger, said Proctor.
but I want to be sure of what we're doing before we rush in with all guns firing." She held up a hand as he started to interrupt her. "There are bigger stakes here than a research station, Commander. If we get this wrong, billions die instead of hundreds." His expression was cold. "Small comfort for the families of those students and researchers down there." She turned back to the screen. "I didn't say we were doing nothing. Ballsy, you there?" She tapped on the comm. Moments later, from the comm speaker, "Shelby? I want an evacuation of Elamine, now. Every available shuttle, even the fighters. We can fit up to 3 people in those if they get cozy. And hurry." "Aye, Admiral," he said, and started barking orders at his staff in the background. "And Tyler," she added, using his given name caught his attention like she wanted. "Shelby?" "I mean all shuttles, and all pilots, got it?" A long pause. "Understood." She turned back to Lieutenant Whitehorse. "Progress of the beam. It's drilled about 10% into Elamine's crust. We'll hit the mantle soon." Commander Mumford called from the science station.
"Ma'am, Elamine is fundamentally different than Ido. Ido was essentially a giant rock, never even attained hydrostatic equilibrium or planetary differentiation. You know, its core was essentially the same as its outer regions with no mantle at Proctor's side." "Commander, I am a scientist. No need for the science lesson, please, get to the point." "Yes, ma'am. So Elamine is different. There's a crust, a mantle, a core, you know, like a regular old planet. And with that beam drilling into it..."
She filled in the blanks. "Okay, so we're looking at a magma eruption." She glanced at the sensor readout on her command console. The science station's data stream scrolled down, and she only caught snippets of the readings. "What's the pressure? How much magma? How far will it blast out? And more importantly, what's the risk to the research station?"
Mumford shook his head. "This is a PhD dissertation here, ma'am. We could study the geodynamics problem for years, but best guess we're looking at a large eruption. Soon."
He looked up, his face somber.
"The drilling site is only 100 kilometers from the research station. Even a minor eruption, given the lack of atmosphere and low gravity, is going to wreak havoc on the station. Possibly completely destroy it."
She nodded. "Proctor to Captain Vols."
"Yeah, Admiral."
"Vols, you know how I said, hurry?"
"Yeah, Admiral."
She watched the seismic readings on her science data feed begin to stir, immediately reaching up to the top of the scale. "What I meant was, hurry the hell up!" Hurry the hell up! Chapter 38. Irigoyen Sector, San Martin System, Elamine. Brig, ISS Independence. The door to his cell slid open, and there he was. Oh, God, just turn me over to CENTCOM already. Civic forced a smile. "So soon? I wasn't expecting you for another, 10 years like last time." Vols glanced at him icily. "Shut up and listen. We're engaging the alien ship again." He hesitated. "The Admiral ordered that every available pilot assist in the effort." Civic did a double take. "You want me to fly a fighter out there against that thing?" "Don't be silly. I wouldn't let you near a fighter if my life depended on it." Vols's scowl deepened. "There's a research station down there in Elamine. Just a few hundred people. You're going to take the shuttle you came in on, get in, grab people, and get out. Simple. Can you handle that?" Civic shrugged. He desperately wanted to reach down into his boot for his metal flask, but remembered it was long since empty. "Sounds easy enough." His father cocked his head at him, his eyes still hard as ice. "Without getting anyone killed. Nothing fancy, just in and out." Civic glared back. How dare he? He bit off a curse and forced a painfully thin smile. Of course. It looked like Vols was expecting more verbal fireworks than that and almost looked disappointed, but after a brief, awkward moment he held out an arm indicating the door. They walked quickly in silence, the 2 decks it took to get to the fighter bay. The shuttle he'd arrived in was sitting off to the side, its ramp descended, just waiting for a pilot. At the top, he stopped and turned to look at his father. "Remember, in and out, nothing fancy, nothing heroic."
You're there to save as many students as you can. Got it. He turned back towards the cockpit. Then Ethan, Vols added, making Civic pause at the hatch. That EM field that brings out the crazies in people is active. We figured out how to shield the Independents from it, and we've modified the shuttle. But the people down there are going to be agitated, and you will be too. Be careful. Be careful? He tried to smile again. Thanks for the concern. I'll be fine. The hatch closed and he flipped the engines on before he could even sit down. 10 seconds later, he was soaring out of the fighter bay, still half dazed at the sudden turn of events. He'd spent the past hour in his cell wondering if his father had suddenly turned revolutionary, leading the GPC cause at the helm of a new warship. But his mentioning of the Admiral, there was only one Admiral to his father, told Civic that maybe he'd gotten lucky after all. There was no way in hell that Shelby Proctor was at the head of a multi-organizational galactic conspiracy. The giant gray orb of Elamine filled his viewport, and given how small the planet actually was, the visual told him they must be pretty damn close to it. In the distance, maybe 100 kilometers away, he could just make out the dot of the mystery ship, and the shimmering purple-white beam that was boring into the surface. He aimed the shuttle down at the research station just a handful of kilometers away from the impact zone, and punched the accelerator. "Here goes nothing," he breathed. The craft shot forward and the planet started growing even larger in the viewport, filling the entire area. Down below, several dozen kilometers away, he gulped as he saw bright red magma leap up out of the widening hole being dug by the alien's beam, and he knew that time was not on his side. "Is that thing going to blow anytime soon?" he asked. The comm cracked. "Yes," came his father's reply. "Okay." He pushed down on the accelerator, maxing it out. Any advice?" "Hurry," was all his father said. The comm fell silent. "Got it," he replied to no one. "Okay, no atmosphere, so no brakes. Time to reverse thrust in." He glanced at the surface rangefinder. 3, 2, 1. He cut off the main thrusters and switched to the forward thrusters. The inertial cancelers took a moment to adjust, making his stomach churn a bit as the G-forces thrust him forward against the restraints, far more than the collision into San Martin's ocean had just an hour earlier. Good thing Sarah isn't here. The research station loomed ahead. A small armada of fighters and shuttles from the Independents was in the process of either landing or taking off from the station's lone shuttle bay. The protective energy field holding in the air pressure shimmering each time a ship passed through. In the distance, kilometers away, the purple-white beam illuminated the entire landscape, casting long alien shadows over the ice rocks and craggy peaks that rippled away into the distance. He passed through the field and found an unoccupied spot to land on the deck. As soon as the engines were idling, he popped the hatch and started dashing down the still descending ramp, and was immediately assaulted by a wave of fear, excitement, anger, rage, sadness, all at once. Just like he'd felt back on Watchdog. "Oh shit," he thought. "This is going to get intense." Barely able to suppress his mix of anger and fear, he ran towards the doors at the end of the bay. Where was the anger coming from? His father, of course. The fear? Obvious he was about to die. The sadness? Who the hell knew? All he knew he focused on, all he could force himself to think about was rescue. Find the students, find as many as I can and cram them into the shuttle and get the hell out. He rushed into the hallway where another fighter pilot was ushering a group of frightened-looking college students back towards the bay. The other pilot, obviously trying to suppress his own mix of fear and emotion, waved towards a door at the end of the corridor. "They've all assembled in the mess, just a few left. Grayson should be able to fit most of them in his shuttle, but the rest will need to go in yours." "Got it," he said in a rush and ran down the hallway. In the mess hall, the pilot he assumed was Grayson was arguing with one of the women he assumed was a professor or a senior researcher. Everyone, the dozen or so students, the researcher, Grayson, looked terrified. The alien's field was taking its toll on all of them. "What's the problem?" he yelled. The researcher pointed at another door in the mess hall. "There's more. They've barricaded themselves in a lab.
I can't convince them to leave. It's...
She balled her fists and actually shrieked. This was getting out of control, he thought. Should I smack her? He batted the irrational thought aside and pointed at the exit, yelling at Grayson.
Get them all in your shuttle. I'll handle the stubborn ones. You sure? Yeah, go!
He grabbed one of the students sitting on a cafeteria bench, fidgeting uncontrollably with his hands, and shoved him towards the door.
Go! All of you, go!
Luckily, they all ran for the door, and he didn't have to resort to violence. Unfortunately. He was kind of hoping for an outlet. Maybe as a consolation he could have a little... He reached down to his boot and caught himself halfway when he realized, again, that it was empty. Damn it! He ran towards the door the researcher had indicated and nearly fell over as the entire room shifted, sloping down to his right. Holy shit, he mumbled. The walls and floor were shaking violently, and all the tables slid down towards the far wall to his right as he stumbled towards the door. He wrenched it open. Luckily, it didn't jam with the shifting orientation of the entire building, and ran down the hallway lined with laboratories, struggling to keep his footing against the rightward slope, as well as the glass that was falling out of the laboratory's windows, which was a blessing and a curse, he supposed, as looking through all the shattering windows let him know that none of the labs were occupied. Except for the door at the very end of the hall. It was shut, and through the tiny, still unbroken window next to it, he could see a fear-filled face looking out. Using the leaning wall as leverage to occasionally redirect his course, he launched himself down the hallway and pushed on the door's handle. It didn't budge.
Oh, hell no!
Supporting himself on the slanting wall, he kicked the door. The dull thud of his boot told him the door was not exactly made to be kicked in. In fact, it probably served as an emergency airlock by the looks of it. The wide eyes staring out the tiny window watched him in terror. Civic cupped his hands around his mouth and yelled into the glass,
"We've got to get out of here! This place is going to blow!"
Wide eyes retreated from the window further into the lab, and Civic peered in. 3 other students huddled in the corner, while a 4th lay sprawled out near the other corner. A pool of blood surrounded his head.
"Ah, shit,"
he said. The building started to tremble again as another earthquake struck. His comm device crackled from his pocket.
"Ethan, you're out of time," said his father. "The alien's hole is full on erupting now. Magma is jetting out into the sky like a fountain. You've got 1 billion tons of a hot lava rain incoming within minutes. Double shit."
He peered back into the room. Okay. New plan, Ethan. One of the pair of students in the corner had thick glasses, and his eyes were flitting back and forth nervously. His mouth moved, as if he was mumbling under his breath, though for all Civic knew the kid could be shouting since he could hardly hear a thing through that window. The other kid in the corner only held his head in his hands, sobbing, while wide eyes paced back and forth. An idea struck him. Ethan, you're a horrible, horrible man. He pounded on the window and wide eyes looked up, his eyes somehow getting even wider. Civic pointed to the corner.
"Hey! That one! 4 Eyes! He's a fucking alien! He's gonna fucking kill you both!"
Part of him, the juvenile evil half, wanted to laugh out loud, as Wide Eyes and Crybaby both snapped their heads to look at 4 Eyes. And before he could even smile, the pair of them bolted towards the door. Civic was waiting for them. He reached down and picked up a piece of railing that had fallen onto the floor and brandished it behind his back, just in case. The door opened, and Wide Eyes burst out, followed by Crybaby. He concentrated, trying to keep all snark, all anger, all fear out of his voice. Anything more could set them off. The whole situation could go downhill very fast. He thought of the sloped floor beneath him. Well, further downhill. "I'm an IDF pilot. I'm here to rescue you. Go to the bay and wait right next to the shuttle. Move." They both blinked wildly. Wide Eyes dashed off, making Civic relax his arm a little. Looked like he wouldn't be needing the piece of railing he was holding. But Crybaby just retreated to the corner in the hallway by the door and whimpered. Civic dropped the railing, grit his teeth against the raging emotions jumbling his thoughts, and took a step forward. He reached out and touched the kid's shoulder. Couldn't be more than 18. "Hey, what's your name?" "My name's Ethan." The whimpering paused.
Nikki Epstein?
Listen, Nikki. He squeezed the kid's shoulder. This one needed a softer touch than wide eyes, apparently. Good God, where the hell was that flask? We've got to go. Time to run. Can you run? He nodded quickly. Good. He smiled and squeezed again. Then run. He pointed down the hallway. Run! The kid swallowed visibly and ran. One more. The building rocked as if something had slammed into it. Shit! He dashed into the room and knelt down to check on the kid lying in his blood. The building shook again. He reached for the neck, feeling for a pulse. Nothing. His comm cracked again. Ethan, now! Four Eyes was still sitting in the corner, crying now. He ran up the slope of the floor, grabbed the kid by the wrist and started pulling. Luckily, the kid let himself be led through the door and even managed to keep up through the hallway and into the cafeteria. But as he tried running past one of the cafeteria tables, the kid tripped on debris, slipped, and hit his head on the bench on the way down. Knocked out, cold. The building shook again as something else hit it. Damn it! He yelled, and bent over to lift the kid up. Four Eyes was rail-thin and light as a 10-year-old, despite the post-pubescent stubble on his chin. Civic, adrenaline-fueled, lifted the kid over his shoulders and resumed his sprint towards the bay. A voice blared out from his pocket. Ethan, if you're pretending to be a hero when you should be getting people out, I'm going to... Civic slapped his pocket and the comm flipped off. He ran towards the bay where, in the space beyond the shimmering force field holding in the atmosphere, he saw the unmistakable sight of giant balls of lava crashing down on the landscape all around them. Well, kid, this is going to be a close one, he murmured. And he ran. Close one, he murmured. And he ran. Chapter 39. Irigoyen Sector, San Martin System, El Amin. Bridge, ISS Independence. Admiral Proctor nervously tapped her armrest. The Golgothic's purple-white beam continued drilling down into El Amin's crust, and magma was spewing out into the skies of the tiny planet. Hundreds of kilometers out in all directions, splashing down in great red globs all across the surface. Where they struck, ice explosively sublimed and steamed out into the non-existent atmosphere, like great, roiling white oceans that dissipated as they boiled off into the vacuum. Any word from him? The comm speaker nearby answered. Haven't heard from him in a few minutes, said Vols. He sounded pissed. The magma eruption intensified. Vast showers of lava rained down, with several large globes slamming into one of the wings of the research station. Proctor stared at the screen. Something moved against the backdrop of the station and the rain of fire. Fast. Is that him? Lieutenant Whitehorse nodded. Yeah, it's the shuttle. Zoom in. She breathed a little easier. But not for long. The screen zoomed into the shuttle as it streaked away from the station, just as a giant globe of lava crashed into the landing pad of the shuttle bay. The entire station exploded. With gut-churning weaves and barrel rolls, the shuttle dodged another hail of falling lava, with maneuvers that Proctor was sure would have resulted in the contents of her stomach being smeared all over the shuttle's window, had she been aboard. That's... began Ensign Risa at the helm. That's... incredible. I've never seen anyone fly like that. Proctor nodded in agreement. It was true. Out of any fighter pilot she'd ever met, Ballsy's kid outshone them all. Even Ballsy. She supposed that was half of why he hated the kid, in spite of what Ballsy claimed. But the fiery hell he was flying through was worse than any fighter battle with the swarm she'd ever seen. Thousands of globules were falling down through the black sky all around the shuttle. And yet it still weaved, looped, darted, rolled, and banked its way through. She found herself gripping the armrest so tight that her knuckles turned white. No! Lieutenant Whitehorse yelled from behind her. Proctor stared in horror. One of the globs of lava had struck the shuttle. Red-hot streams of the stuff fell away as the shuttle accelerated upwards, and Proctor realized what he was doing. Since there was no atmosphere to blast the lava off the shuttle, he had to rely on the shuttle's acceleration to shed the boiling rock. Another glob struck the shuttle. Another. And it was free. Clear of the maelstrom of lava rain, it accelerated even faster, and the rest of the lava coating the ravaged surface of the shuttle streamed away as it made a beeline for the Independence. Proctor breathed a sigh of relief. She tapped her comm on.
Lieutenant Civic, this is Admiral Proctor. Well done, Ethan. You guys okay in there?
Yeah, came the hesitant reply. I guess.
You guess?
Well, just covered in the vomit from 3 other people, each of whom have also soiled themselves. We might have to just hose out the entire shuttle. Proctor smirked at that.
Well, if that's the worst that happened, we can thank our lucky stars.
A pause. I did lose someone.
Couldn't carry 2 people at once. I left the injured one. At least I think he was injured, but he might have been dead. I guess I could have tried to carry both. It's not your fault, Ethan, she said. You saved 3 lives. If it weren't for you, they'd be dead. Remember that. We can't save everyone. But end of conversation. Report to the fighter bay and for reassignment to the fighter squadron.
Civic protested. But, ma'am, I don't think I'm ready for that.
Bullshit. After that fancy flying? No, you've got your wings back. I don't care what your father says. Proctor out.
She glanced at the timer on her console, then back up at the screen where the alien mystery ship was still drilling into the planet. Plenty of time, she thought, and turned back at Whitehorse.
You think he can handle it?
Whitehorse shrugged.
Honestly? Don't know, ma'am. You two were pretty serious for a while, from what Ballsy tells me. No one here knows him better than you, even Ballsy. Parents' perceptions of their kids can get colored over time.
Parents and aunts, she thought, her mind drifting momentarily to the news about Danny that Curiel and Rex had given her.
He's good,
Whitehorse said, reaching back to retie her hair into a tight regulation bun.
The best. But his mental state, ever since his mom and stepdad?
She shook her head.
That changed him. Almost killed him. It was soon after that when I ended it between us. I just couldn't handle it anymore. There are some things you just don't come back from, accident or no.
Proctor nodded. It reminded her of her little speech to Curiel about Granger. There are some things you just don't come back from.
Black holes chief among them,
she thought wryly.
He'll get over it. He has to. And the way I figure it, he just saved 3 kids. That evens the score.
Proctor glanced at the timer again.
With all due respect, ma'am, I don't think it works that way,
said Whitehorse somberly. She was right, of course. But she'd made her own share of mistakes. Innocent, honest mistakes made in the heat of battle, the spur of the moment, that led to deaths. Some of those mistakes led to untold numbers of deaths. But in the rush to save humanity, what the hell else could she have done?
No, it doesn't. But whether redemption or a lighter conscience comes or not, we need him.
She glanced at the ship again, still drilling away.
And given current events, we're going to need thousands more like him.
The timer approached 0 and she finally turned to Commander Mumford.
Status?
He nodded.
The progress of the drilling is proceeding just like at Ido, identical to a T.
You ready with the scans? As soon as we start this thing, I want to be ready. I want to know everything about that ship, and we don't get a second shot at this.
Yes, ma'am, we're ready.
She tapped the comm on.
Ballsy, your boys ready?
A few seconds later, he answered, Yeah, last of them just offloaded the passengers. We're ready to launch. Commander Yarbrough looked up from his XO station and nodded once.
All systems reporting ready, Admiral.
She gripped her armrests.
Good. All hands. Prepare for Operation Proctor 1. A deep breath. Here goes nothing. Now! Here goes nothing. Now!
Chapter 40. Irigoyen Sector, San Martin System, Elamine. Bridge, ISS Independence. Commander Yarbrough nodded his acknowledgement.
Launch fighters. Ensign Risa, move the Independence to flank the Golgothics at Z plus 5 kilometers. All mag-rail crews prepare to fire. Laser crews, stand by.
Aye, aye, sir,
said Risa at the helm. The other ship grew large on the view screen as they closed in, and several dozen fighters flitted out into the shrinking gap between them.
Emergency response crews report ready,
said Yarbrough, looking up from his station. Proctor nodded.
Good. Let's get this show on the road. Ballsy?
She leaned toward the comm speaker on her armrest.
Admiral, you have authorization to begin firing when they're in position. And remember, we only get one shot at this.
She glanced over at Commander Mumford at the science station.
Status?
The drilling beam has reached the core.
He shook his head.
Still not detecting any change on the ship's surface, and sensors still can't penetrate the hull.
Yarbrough stood up and paced nervously. Everyone was staring at the screen.
It could be different this time. We only have one data point we're going off.
He had a point, Proctor thought. Still, it was their best bet. The last time that port opened, they'd been able to reach inside with their sensors, but only barely. And best better know they didn't have time to—
"Now!"
yelled Commander Mumford.
"A port is opening on the underside."
"Open fire!"
said Proctor. Through the deck plates, she could feel the stutter and pulse of the mag-rail guns as they opened up a barrage of high-velocity slugs at the alien ship.
"Concentrate on one location,"
she said, indicating one section of the ship on her tactical readout and sending the coordinates over to the tactical crew.
"See if you can't punch through in one spot. Didn't work last time, but you never know."
"All fighters are engaging the hatch,"
said Ballsy through the comm.
"They have opened fire. No opening mechanisms in sight, but we're raining hell on it all the same."
"Good. No return fire yet?"
She turned to Lieutenant Whitehorse at Tactical and her crew. The sensor officer shook her head.
"No, ma'am."
Proctor turned back to the view screen.
"Now that's damn peculiar. They're still drilling into the planet. Mumford, I thought you said it had reached the core."
"It has."
Mumford scratched his head.
"They've decreased the intensity of the beam down to less than 1% power. I should amend my previous statement. They've reached the core, but the pressures down there are so intense that most of the hole immediately fills with liquid nickel iron from the outer core."
"So what's the beam doing right now?"
Mumford shook his head.
"Maybe just maintaining part of the hole open until it can launch its doohickey? No sign of that either, though."
"But the port on the ship is still open? Maybe the fighters are having an effect. Ballsy?"
Proctor gripped the chair and leaned towards the comm.
Ballsy's booming voice filled the room. "We're spraying that hole with everything we've got, Shelby. Whatever armor they've got, it's damn thick, and probably juiced up with something like the old smart steel armor our ships used to have back in the day. But, you know, 1,000,000,000 times stronger, since we can't seem to make a dent in this thing."
She nodded and watched the Golgothic's purple-white beam as it started flickering, puttering towards the end of its life.
"Whatever you're doing, it looks like it might be working. The beam is shutting down, and the ship hasn't launched its cargo yet like last time at Ido."
She turned to Tactical.
"Are the mag rails having any effect?"
Whitehorse shook her head.
"Minimal. We're hitting the same spot we were with the whole fleet last time. Finally gouging out a decent-sized hole, but that armor is formidable."
Proctor stroked her chin.
"At least we've shown it's mortal."
She eyed the alien ship on the screen as its beam ramped down, pulsing, flickering.
"This is unnerving. Why isn't it fighting back like last time?"
Commander Yarbrough studied his data readout.
"It could be that it no longer even views us as a threat. When a few ants attack the treads of your boot, do you stop what you're doing to stomp on them?" "Depends on the ant,"
she murmured, trying to put the pieces together. Something was off. She turned back to Mumford.
"Are we getting what we came for?"
"Making progress, but I'm still running into heavy interference just inside that hatch. Would sure help if—"
"Captain, something's coming out."
Whitehorse pointed up at the screen. Sure enough, the same small metallic sphere emerged from the ship's hatch, and in a flicker of near-instantaneous acceleration, launched itself down to the surface, following the remains of the purple-white beam, which was still flickering and pulsing as it decayed.
"Ballsy, target that thing and destroy it,"
she said into the comm. On the view screen, they all watched as several of the fighters looped around the ship and shot down towards the metallic sphere as it sped towards the hole on the planet's surface. One of the fighters exploded. "The ship is firing!" yelled Whitehorse even as they watched the second fighter explode.
"Tactical, take that thing out,"
Proctor said, standing up suddenly.
"All available mag rails, fire!"
Whitehorse shook her head. "It's moving too fast for the mag rail targeting computers." Another fighter exploded as the Golgothic ship launched a massive railgun slug of its own. There were 3 fighters left trailing the sphere, unloading their guns into it to no avail. Proctor shook her head.
"Call them off, Ballsy."
The 3 fighters pulled off. Only a few dozen kilometers remained between the sphere and the hole, and the distance shrunk quickly. Before long, the sphere plunged into the fiery storm of lava rain that was erupting from the hole, and completely disappeared from view. "It's moving," said Whitehorse. They all watched as the Golgothic started pulling away, the beam now completely shut off. "The hatch is closing." Proctor paced back to the science station.
"Commander, what's the word? Did we get anything?"
Mumford shook his head slowly.
"I'll need more time to break through that interference."
"How much time?"
He shrugged.
5 minutes? Maybe. This thing is like nothing I've ever seen. It's almost like a meta-space shielding going on in there, since I can't even probe it with virtual particle scans.
"Ensign Risa,"
she called down to the lower bridge.
"Flank it. Get in its way. Match its course if it turns. If it wants to leave, it's got to go through us."
The general murmur of battle operations on the bridge fell quieter, as they all understood the implications of that order.
"Aye, aye, Admiral."
Yarborough came up behind her and murmured in her ear,
"This had better be worth it. We're sacrificing a lot just for some data."
Proctor nodded.
"Without data, we're shooting blanks, Commander."
The Independence darted forward into the path of the alien ship. Proctor could feel the strain of the inertial canceller's pulse against the deck plates.
"Is it slowing?"
Risa shook her head.
"No, ma'am."
3 kilometers, said Whitehorse. Proctor had returned to stand behind her chair and gripped the headrest tightly.
2 kilometers.
Whitehorse was shaking her head.
Still not slowing down.
She looked up, her face ashen white.
1 kilometer.
Something darted out from the bottom of the view screen towards the alien ship, moving fast. A shuttle. Proctor's grip on the headrest tightened.
Who the hell is that?
On the headrest tightened.
Who the hell is that?
Chapter 41. Irigoyen Sector, San Martin System, Elamine. Fighter Bay, ISS Independence. Civic had no sooner touched the shuttle down onto the deck plate of the fighter bay when the 3 students ripped their seat restraints away and raced towards the exit hatch. All 3 of them were covered in vomit. One of them had a wet crotch. Civic rolled his eyes, but part of him couldn't blame the kid. He'd put them through the ringer with those maneuvers. It was like nothing he'd ever done before, not even since. As soon as the memory surfaced, he shoved it aside. Seeing his father had finally brought it to the surface, and he'd been working hard to suppress it, but now was not the time. There were bigger fish to fry. He followed them out the hatch and bounded down the ramp. A deckhand was already examining the exterior of the ship. The nameplate, with the word Fenway printed on it, had nearly half melted off. "She gonna live?" asked Civic. The deckhand shrugged, his floppy blonde hair swishing as he shook his head. "I suppose it was either her skin or yours, sir." Not knowing where to go, the 3 students had grouped up at the bottom of the ramp, so Civic pointed to the exit. "Your people are assembling in the flight deck mess hall. Out the door to the right, you can't miss it. There are bathrooms down there so you can... clean up." His eyes darted down towards their stained clothing. One of the kids, Four Eyes, the one who'd been cowering in the corner, looked like he was finally coming out of his daze.
Did anyone get Chen?"
Civic paused. "I'm sorry, who?"
"He was injured, I think. It's hard to remember, but I remember him hitting his head, and he fell. I remember blood, but I was too freaked out at the time to check on him."
The other kid. the one lying on the floor in his own blood. His pulse had been undetectable, though in the heat of the escape, Civic wasn't 100% sure he'd been dead. 99% sure, but would he have saved him too? Civic shook his head, but he couldn't bring himself to say the words, "He's dead, kid." "Let's just go to the mess hall, get you guys cleaned up." He ushered them to the door and pointed down the hall. When they'd gone, he glanced up at the window to the CIC. He'd be up there. Civic half wanted to just go back to his cell, go lay down, commiserate with Sarah, who he supposed was still locked up in a cell of her own. But he climbed the stairs. "What's the situation?" Balls glanced up, a shadow of a scowl clouding his face. "Nice flying." "Thanks." Vols turned back to the situational screen. "Just figuring out how to get this hatch on the mystery ship to stay open." Civic followed his father's eyes to the video feed, where he watched the alien ship start to move. Through the comm, Admiral Proctor's voice boomed. "Ballsy, target that thing and destroy it!" Vols tapped the comm open to the group of fighters closest to the alien ship. "Raptor Squad, pursue and engage the hatch. Unload everything you have. We've got to keep that thing open." The 6 fighters of the Raptor Squad looped around the alien ship and darted down underneath it, positioning themselves for shots at the hatch. "Can't you target its opening mechanisms?" Vols didn't even look at him. "Thanks, Sherlock. Already tried it." "Can't we?" Vols's head snapped towards him. "Get the hell out. Kinda busy here." His thumb jabbed towards the door. On the tactical screen, one of the glowing icons indicating the fighters blipped out. The other screen confirmed it. A brief fireball marked where one of the fighters had been. One of the assistant CAGs swore, "Cliffhanger's gone." Another icon blipped out. Another fireball. "And high side too." Civic shook his head and left. He took the stairs 3 at a time and landed painfully on the flight deck. Before he could even see what the deckhand was doing, he was already flying up the ramp to the shuttle Fenway. He paused to yell down at him, "Detach that fueling line or there's gonna be some serious whiplash." To his credit, the deckhand took it in stride, dropped what he was doing with some cylinders in the corner and rushed to snap the fuel line off the shuttle. His blonde hair flopping almost like a breeze was blowing it. "Good to go, sir." Moments later, the shuttle was arcing quickly out the bay doors, passing the atmospheric containment field. He clicked over to autopilot and set a destination: the alien ship. With the shuttle flying itself, he sprung over to the flight suit locker near the hatch. "Please don't be empty," he thought. It wasn't. He pulled the suit on without removing his vomit-stained clothes and jammed the helmet into place. The seals engaged. He'd no sooner sat back down at the controls when the comm erupted in an explosion of yelling and cursing. "Ethan, get your ass back here, now!" His father did not sound pleased. Rather than waste time on a response, he angled the shuttle straight towards the hatch. The autopilot had gotten him close, but of course it had maintained a safe following distance. Safety was the last thing on his mind. The hatch was closing, and he doubted his effort would make a difference. But according to Pops and Admiral Proctor, that hatch had to stay open. So he'd keep it open, damn it. The distance closed rapidly, and at the last second he applied lateral thrust, rotating the shuttle such that the hatch was pointing away from the alien ship. The collision threw him out of his chair. He'd forgotten to secure the seat restraint. He flew out sideways and into the wall. A pop told him his shoulder dislocated, but the pain was absent, replaced by an adrenaline-fueled sense of "get the hell out." One glance out the front viewport told him he'd succeeded. The shuttle was firmly wedged into the alien ship's hatch, whose door was now grinding down on the hull. If he was going to get out, now was the time. He punched the opening mechanism on the shuttle's hatch with his good arm. It started to open, but ground to a halt, jammed. "Oh, shit," he murmured. A quick glance out the hatch's tiny window told him there was no chance it would open any further. The roof of the shuttle buckled as the alien ship's hatch door closed down upon it, clenching the shuttle like a powerful jaw. All the air was evacuated by that point, but he could almost imagine the shrieking, twisting steel of the shuttle protest the crushing force. "Think, Civic, think," he murmured to himself, scanning the inside of the shuttle for something, anything that would help him get out. He opened the armory locker. Empty. Of course. he thought wryly. It don't rain, but it shitstorms. That's what Sarah would have said. What would Sarah do? She seemed to have an uncanny knack for surviving during the 2 days that he'd gotten to know her. An image of her popped into his mind, standing above him in the bay of the Miguel Urquiza, brandishing the plasma welding torch she'd used to knock the Bolivaran intelligence officer cold. Plasma welder. He yanked the utility locker open, and sure enough, there it was, right where she'd left it. He primed it and cranked it on, crying out when the bright spot of plasma seared itself into his vision. His helmet should have automatically darkened, but it seemed to be malfunctioning. He felt the steel of the shuttle grind and shriek through his feet. His malfunctioning helmet was the least of his worries. Luckily, the welder was rated at vacuum. The sharp plasma flame was bright despite the lack of air in the compartment. He brought it to bear on the bottom edge of the hatch, where there was the most space already open to the outside. Please cut, please cut, please cut, please cut. The thing was a welder, not a cutter. Is that a thing? He didn't have time to think about it. He cranked the power up to maximum and, with a thrill of relief, sliced clean through the metal like it was butter. Very hard, cold butter. It was slow work, but a minute later he pulled the plasma torch away, anchored himself against the opposing wall, and kicked the section of the hatch away with a grunt. It flew out into space. He grabbed the edges of the hole he'd cut, his dislocated shoulder burning with fiery pain, and moments later he was sailing through the vacuum, tumbling end over end from the slight torque he'd applied to himself as he'd left the shuttle. Each time he spun around, he saw the alien ship brooding large above him, with its hatch now jammed half open. He heard a hiss. An alarm sounded in his helmet. The heads-up display showed the oxygen status of the suit. The pressure was dropping. Fast. But he'd done it. He watched the alien ship's hatch reopen, then close, catching again on the shuttle. "Suck it, bitch," he said, before passing out. "Bitch," he said, before passing out. Chapter 42. Irigoyen Sector, San Martin System, El Amin. Bridge, ISS Independence. Proctor watched in disbelief as the shuttle banked hard and careened sideways into the alien ship's hatch. She slapped the comm. "Ballsy, who the hell is that?" The comm microphone picked up his sigh. Who the hell do you think?"
Admiral,
began Commander Mumford.
I'm nearly there. The metaspace shielding has a modulation pattern that... Well, long story short, just a few more minutes and sensors will be able to penetrate.
Lieutenant Whitehorse pointed up at the view screen. "It stopped." Proctor looked up and confirmed. The Golgothics had indeed stopped accelerating away. "Should we fire, Admiral? They might be vulnerable." They could finally be gaining the upper hand against this thing. She shifted from one foot to the other, about to give the confirmation to fire. A flash on the screen caught her eye. "What is that?" They all stared at the screen at the alien ship. The camera zoomed in on the hatch as Lieutenant Whitehorse adjusted the image. A bright flickering light was pulsing through the metal of the shuttle's hatch. "It's cutting through," she murmured to herself. She pointed back at Whitehorse. "Hold fire." They all watched with bated breath as the flickering light moved in a wide arc around the bottom part of the shuttle's hatch. The Golgothic vessel appeared to be trying to disgorge the shuttle, its own hatch door opening, then shutting against the shuttle repeatedly. Several pieces of the shuttle's exterior instrumentation flew out as debris. An idea struck her. She paced over to the comm station. "Lieutenant Querty, can you tap into the shuttle's systems?" A nod.
Yes'm,
he drawled.
"Lieutenant Whitehorse, is the shuttle's reactor still active?"
she said, watching as QWERTY established a link to the shuttle's computer. A moment later she replied, "Yes, Admiral, it is." Whitehorse cocked her head. "Are you going to—"
"Of course I am. QWERTY."
She leaned down to peer at the lieutenant's work. He nodded.
I'm in control of the shuttle systems. I assume you're going to order a cascade failure of the drive?"
"Please,"
she said.
"One quantum cascade failure coming right up. Might take a moment. They build these things to not overload, you know."
They all watched the screen. It seemed they all knew without speaking that if the pilot was going to escape, It had to be now.
I'm ready, ma'am,
said QWERTY. Proctor nodded. Mumford? The science chief was tapping his foot nervously.
I think I've got it. Sensors piercing up into the ship now. Trying to interpret.
Scan now, interpret later. Get all the data you can.
A flash on the screen, and a tenth of a second later, the deck plate under her feet rumbled. It's firing, yelled Whitehorse. Commander Yarbrough called out from the XO station.
It punched a hole down on decks 7 through 10. Clean through the hull.
He pointed nervously up at the screen.
Admiral, it's now or never.
She swore and cast a glance at Mumford.
Commander?
He shook his head.
Scanning. We could use another few minutes for a more complete...
We don't have a few minutes, Admiral,
yelled Yarbrough. The deck rumbled again with another impact of the alien ship's devastating railgun slug. And again a third time. The fourth struck much closer, and the lights momentarily went out. She studied the view screen, finally seeing a telltale movement close to the Golgothics.
Lieutenant, is that what I think it is?
Whitehorse furrowed her brow, studying her sensor display. It's Civic. The camera zoomed in even further and showed the pilot tumbling end over end, away from the hole he'd cut in the shuttle door.
Admiral,
said Yarbrough impatiently.
We've got 11 dead on Deck 7 alone. How much longer are we going to wait?
She grit her teeth as she watched Civic tumble away. He was still too close to the shuttle, and a core explosion would mean instant death for him at that distance.
Almost,
she murmured. The deck rumbled again and again.
2 more impacts, Deck 15, Sections 1 and 4, said
Yarbrough. He shook his head.
Complete decompression. At least 5 dead.
She turned to Mumford, eyeing him questioningly. He shrugged.
The more time, the better on this sensor feed. But we've already gotten quite a package of data.
Fine. It was time.
Lieutenant QWERTY, initiate feedback.
Civic continued his slow tumble, now nearly a kilometer away. It would have to do. A moment later, the screen oversaturated with the piercing light of the shuttle's explosion. When the screen cleared, Proctor gasped.
Was it that easy?
She murmured. The alien ship was gone. The alien ship was gone. Chapter 43. Irigoyen Sector, San Martin System, Elamine. Captain's Ready Room, ISS Independence. An hour later, confident that Commander Yarbrough had a handle on the recovery and repair operations, Proctor took a moment to retreat to the Ready Room, just to breathe. The door slid shut behind her, and all she could think about was the epithet, Mother Killer. Years ago, just before the final battle of the Second Swarm War, she'd earned that title. She'd killed a Skiora matriarch by whacking her head with a steel pipe. She'd only meant to incapacitate the alien, but Skiora physiology was still unknown to her, and the impact resulted in the matriarch's death. And with her over 50,000 embryo Skiora, who, as far as she understood, were all completely developed individuals living inside the matriarch, just waiting for their bodies. Most never live long enough to get a body. In the case of the matriarch Proctor killed, none of them did. 50,000 dead, with one blow from Proctor. Such a small, insignificant action that had unthinkable consequences. They'd won the war. The swarm was destroyed, and the Skiora liberated from the swarm's influence. Not to mention humanity saved. The upper Skiora leadership officially forgave her for her actions, but the anger simmered under the surface.